Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to more Ace Attorney 3. Uh, as has been since last week, this continues to be my no left thumb challenge. Unfortunately, I found out that I'll be in this stupid splint for 6 weeks, not 4. So we've got several more weeks ahead of this nonsense, which I'm sure everybody is looking forward to.
Hooray.
Yeah, hooray indeed. Anyway, welcome LG, and just as a reminder to everyone as to where we were and what we were doing, we were observing Mia's first ever trial. This is Turnabout Beginnings, and apparently Diapers Edgeworth, as I have taken to calling him, because Diego Armando. God, I was going to say Damon Gant. Haven't seen him in a while. Pretty sure he's dead. But yeah, no, Diego Armando, who is totally Godot. Man, I'm jumping all over the fucking place with this intro. I don't give a fuck. But Diego Armando basically said he's a prosecutor barely out of diapers. So my nickname for him at this stage of his life, because LG pointed out, somewhat fairly, that he can't have lost his Edgeworth before he even had his Edgeworth.
That was not the implication I was going with.
I thought you explicitly said that last week.
I said he couldn't have lost his Edgeworth because he hasn't lost to Phoenix this week. To Phoenix yet.
Yeah, but he doesn't
You're
even
the one who... You're the one who added the doesn't have his Edgeworth.
Well, how was he, like, would you say Godot had his edge before he even prosecuted a single case? No! No!
I would.
I mean, a brain...
He was just as awesome before he prosecuted that first case.
Okay, yeah, because he's Diego Armando, but, like, before Diapers prosecuted his first case, he was a nobody.
He was a prodigy!
Yeah, so was Lana Skye. So was Franziska von Karma. Everybody is a better prodigy than him.
Well, he's actually a better prodigy than Lana by like 10 whole years, so...
No. You have to remember... Okay, maybe she didn't become a prosecutor, but she was a detective and had a very successful career as a detective. And although Damon Gant fucked around with the evidence for one case, okay, technically two, which was the end of both of their careers and the end of Gant's life with the second one, but like most of those cases they solved with ease. You want to talk about a prodigy, the detective having a, being able to make a case so solid, the prosecutor could have been literally Winston. I figured it out. That's how Winston Payne. That's how Winston Payne had the reputation of being a rookie killer when he's a complete and total dork. It was never him. It was the fact that he had Lana Skye and Damon Gant as the detectives, basically making his cases foolproof, and he's the fool. The problem is Phoenix is an even bigger fool, and you can't out-foolproof a fool.
Well, you'd presume you should be able to, given that's what you're proofing against.
You absolutely cannot make anything Phoenix foolproof. Fuck, I don't remember the voice I gave this guy, and I didn't bother watching since the last stream.
Let's make it up again!
Yeah. February 16th, 1:14 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, no fours. This game continues to lie to me, because I see that 4 in 1:14 p.m. Also, here's a question.
Yeah.
Why is number abbreviated NO?
I don't know.
No, I do know. That's what NO spells. That's the problem. Also, yes, Poke Delta, I remember that he's described as childlike. All right.
Google says it's for numero.
Numero. I'm pretty sure numero is still NU.
Yeah, but it ends in an O, so if you're, like, shrinking it down to the ends of the word, like, I can see where it came from. It's like Mister. You don't type M-I.
Well, that's because that's Michigan.
Hold on.
What am I holding on to and why? Also, I love how we got off the rail. Like, we've been off the rails since I started rambling with my intro. I don't care.
I was trying to set up for a periodic table thing, but NU is not an element.
Oh, I could have told you that.
Look, I was supposed to learn, like, the first 20, and I didn't. Anything could be on that table.
I'll tell you two letters that aren't, as far as atomic symbols go.
Oh, I could guess exactly what letters aren't, and that you would have on tap.
All right, go ahead.
I mean, ME.
No, they're on the periodic table. There's plenty of M's and E's on the periodic table.
Oh, okay, yeah, they are on the table, but they're not in.
Also,
in that
I'm pretty
order.
sure there's a relatively new element, Mendelevium, that's ME, but I could be wrong. I don't keep as well of track of the new ones, but I am pretty sure there is an ME. But no, I'm talking about which letters don't show up in any atomic symbol. One of them.
Now I'm curious.
One of them did at one point, but the other one has never been on the periodic table. So the one that showed up at one point was the letter Q. When a couple of these new elements had had temporary names, they were like unknown unium, unknown, dium or bium or whatever, trium, and then you started getting to quad and quin, and it was like UUQ was a temporary name for an element, or a temporary atomic symbol for an element. But the one letter that has never been on a periodic table as an atomic symbol is the letter J.
Interesting.
X is on the periodic table.
Yeah, that's xenon.
Correct. And Z is on the periodic table.
I don't think I have that one off the dime.
Zinc and zirconium. Zn and Zr.
Oh yeah, those make sense.
Don't forget about zinc. It's the most evil element.
That feels like you're referencing something.
Phineas and Ferb. Dr. Doofenshmirtz couldn't figure out what to do with an excessive amount of zinc.
Right. I do remember that episode. His ideas list had big laundry on it. Whatever that meant.
We still don't know. All right. Deep breath. It's been about 10 minutes since I started and we got jack shit done. This is look, my wife's not home. I'm even more deranged than usual. So good luck to everybody. February 16th, 1:14 p.m., blah, blah, blah. I said this already. Mr. Falls, eek! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to say thanks. You're really good. You really hooked me up. Thanks? We're almost there? Once I prove that she committed the crime...
Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we've got to get past.
Edgeworth's ego?
I was meaning motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyway?
Motive, huh? Again, we've prosecuted people, or we've had people almost convicted for murder with zero motive. May I introduce you to Will Powers, who had zero motive to kill Jack Hammer. Oh wait, that hasn't happened yet, has it?
No.
But it's still a thing that
No,
happens in this universe.
There's still a pretense of sensibility to the legal system at this point.
I suppose, and hello, Normans. You have not missed much of anything. We've gotten through, like, all of 3 lines of dialogue. Motive, huh?
Anyway, we're still badly in need of information.
Information. Left.
What we need the most is info about this Melissa Foster herself.
I can tell you one piece of information.
All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing.
That her name isn't actually Melissa Foster. It's Dahlia Hawthorne?
Okay then, two more things. Her weird name thing, and the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course.
Let's answer Norman's question real quick. This is Lone Garuruman, a substitute little goblin, because LG stands for both Lone Garuruman and Little Goblin.
Very fortuitous, that.
I do believe Dawning says she's intending to be here today. I also know she woke up ridiculously early for her, because she had to do some babysitting this morning. But we'll see. Anyway, yeah, the incident that happened 5 years ago. Oh, right, that's you.
The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago. Okay, I trust you. That day, 5 years ago, I dream of it. Every day. This picture, it reminds me Wow, okay. I think they're probably trying to say... I think this lack of grammar is on purpose.
Yeah.
But, ow, this is gonna make me...
This comes off as deliberate for this guy.
Yeah, ow, this is gonna make me break my teeth. It reminds me everything. Bridge looks same, just like then. Just like 5 years ago. I feel like I'm doing the Director Hottie voice. And I don't mean to... No, the Director Hottie voice is different. Like it could fall...
This sounds mostly like you did it last time, I believe.
It could be. Like it could fall apart any minute.
You're getting more hottie. You're getting more hottie.
Damn it! I got that notion in my head, and now I can't... So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years.
Huh. Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute.
It's true. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne. Your girlfriend? Oh, fucking Christ, man.
Yeah. Yeah, she does this.
I'm talking about the age difference.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing that happens.
And the fact that she was 14... I mean, Dawning mentioned this last week. Ugh. Like, even in an instant where... Well, okay. He's clearly... I see that Norman's... But let me get through this point first, right? He's clearly not mentally. What's the word I'm
Yeah,
looking for?
he, yeah. The word is difficult, but I get what you're saying.
Like he's not exact. Like he's develop. No, it's not developmentally. It's like mentally. There's a legal term for it. I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on stupid vision. Um, like there's a specific legal term for it where he's literally not mentally capable.
Capable? Is that it?
No, and my wife's not here to ask the term from because she's gone for the whole week. Um, anyway, uh, but like he's very much a child or more childlike in his cognitive abilities. So this is a potential instance, and I'm going to see where this plays out. But if Dahlia Hawthorne is anything like she was in the first case, I don't think mentally like there. I'm pretty sure it's like a Latin term, but I could be wrong. Um, this could be one instance where the 14-year-old is actually to blame. That's it, compos mentis or compos mentis. That's the term. That's the term I was looking for. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on stupid vision. All right. You have a little goblin knows best, sir.
I do, I do. And I think I'll flip you upside down.
All right. This is going to be even more fun with no left thumb.
Yeah.
Luckily, I don't think I need a left thumb to flip this upside down. I can do everything with my right hand. I think. Oh god, I broke everything. No, wait, that looks about right. All right. Your line, though.
Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne?
Yes. The victim's last name. Dahlia Hawthorne, Valerie's little sister. What? Are you shitting me? Oh, wait, I think that says serious. Same thing. The girl. Let her go. That's Valerie speaking, I assume.
Probably.
Yeah. Shut up. Come closer and I'd kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Yeah, gravity absolutely does not exist. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. Dahlia has to have liquid nitrogen in her veins to kill her kid. It takes a level of ice to kill. I mean, to be fair, if we check the court record, I'm pretty sure if this whole fucking thing here was a setup, which I'm pretty sure it was, like I said, Terry is the fall guy for this one. It's almost like his last name is a pun. But this whole thing was a setup, and Valerie went to meet him to confess. Her note says as much. So yes, it does take a certain amount of ice in your veins to kill some, but like, we know she's a fucking sociopath. And I hate to say
Yeah,
this
like,
about...
did you see her in case 1? She'd
Like,
do it.
I hate to say this about a very cute redhead. I really do. But PokeDelta, you can't have not noticed this. In fact, I know you've noticed this before. Also, if I had to guess, I'd say half-sisters. Just kind of looking at them side by side? Maybe. But where would this fit into my theory? I mean, I guess the half-sisters thing would potentially leave the door open. Because if they're full sisters, I don't think there's a way that Dahlia's a fae. But if they're half-sisters, there might be a way where Dahlia's mom is a fae. I still think Morgan, purely based off of the voice that Dawning was doing for her. And then Valerie is purely not fae. Anyway, the detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. At first, I thought... shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but... no one is that sweet unless they have a mask on to hide a really dark or evil face. My wife is very sweet. And a redhead. It was to protect her little sister. I can understand why she did it. Wrong. No protect, sister. Valerie, betray me. Betray us! What do you mean, betrayed? What do you mean she betrayed you? Everything. All lies. All make-believe. Kidnapping, too. Now, make-believe kidnapping? Dahlia, my girlfriend, my love. His what? You know what? If that says what I think it says, we're just going to skip over that. Ugh. Yeah, see? 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 Mia gets it. Yeah, that ball really is holding him well against the roof. Norman's gravity is just an... Look, why do you people think that the first thing that I did in Breath of the Wild was go and jump off a cliff? Why do you think that I routinely jump off of things, or routinely jumped off of things in Breath of the Wild, Scarlet and Violet, and Tears of the Kingdom? Because gravity is fucking arbitrary, man.
Gravity is a lie invented to sell more trampolines.
Yes. Also, you're right that my wife's not Dahlia. Look, when my wife's gotta be, what's the word I'm looking for? Man, I am losing words left and right, which is not good. I may not be Copus Mentis. But, like, when she needs to, my wife can put her foot down and make sure that I try to make sure I don't do anything stupid. Like when she confiscated my streaming equipment last year when I was having throat issues. Smart
We
woman.
all thank her for this.
I don't! Anyway, we're skipping over this. I'd do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says. So, yes, very, very, very much leaning into the ongoing theme of this game. People doing stupid shit for the people they love. Anything Dahlia says. Hold on a fucking minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by... Yeah, me and Dahlia. And the sister. And Valerie, too. Valerie was in on it. Yes, we know this. Again, go to the court record. This is gonna be fun. Here, victim's note. See? You can read it right there, in the white and black. Oh, wait. It's difficult to read, but it says, talk to Dahlia, tell her this time the whole truth must come out. So there's Dahlia's motive. The only thing I have to do is prove that Melissa Foster is Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia's family rich. Jewelry business. We get 1 jewel. That's what we thought. It has been 5 minutes. I mean, Dahlia... Look. Again, if case 1 is any indication, Dahlia fuels a fuck ton of obsession, and she does so incredibly deliberately. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap note. We send to her dad. Asked for $2 million. That is not a fucking diamond, sir. That is
diamonds can be different colors.
Not really?
I don't think they'd ever get that rich in color, but they can have different tints to them.
Maybe tint. Maybe. But that's, like, if you had the whole reason... So, there are 2 reasons that diamonds are as valuable as they are. Right? Reason 1... Well, okay, both of them technically boil down to relative rarity. But reason 1 is... Reason 1 technically has nothing to do with their color, it's that they're the toughest substance on Earth. Reason 2 is because of their... They also have... What is it, the highest or lowest refraction rate? Either, what it basically means is that light bounces around in them better than any other gem. Right? And you get a fuck ton less of that if there are more impurities in the carbon matrix. So, I would feel like... I mean, I'm no jewelry expert. I can contact my sister's in-laws if I really have to about that. And if I want to start having heads roll. But, like, the more impure the carbon structure is, first of all, the less tough of a substance it will actually be. And I feel like the less it's going to have those reflective properties. So it would be worth less and less, at least in my book. Again, especially if it's a more opaque shade, like... I mean, first of all, like, half of that just looks like a regular-ass fucking rock. Like a fully opaque rock.
Yeah, it is totally still embedded in that rock.
No, that, like... Then who the fuck chiseled it out in the first place? I mean, I get it, diamonds as in the card suit tend to be red, but like an actual diamond would not be that blood red. Certainly not that blood red and worth $2 million in, in early 2000s money, which is the other thing that we have to remember. And again, it's also fucking part rock. Literally part rock. I'd pay maybe 5 cents for that piece of shit. Not that I'm an expert, mind you, but asked for $2 million diamond. Tell him make exchange on Dusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie make transfer cause she knew detective.
Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, alright.
You would know.
In the end, you were planning on splitting the 2 million 3 ways, huh?
Yeah, but that woman... That woman, Valerie, she do it for real. She shoot at me for real. Me and Dahlia. Bang. Oops. Well, Di was shot in the arm. Dahlia, she jump in river. Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you? I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over.
And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence.
I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me. That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. She's testifying to a literal empty room. There's nobody at the defense table, there's nobody at the prosecution table, and most importantly, there's nobody up at the judge's seat.
Look, this is a somewhat distorted memory.
I don't even... Okay, I get that it's a somewhat distorted memory, but, like, you'd at least fucking remember that there was a judge there.
Memories amplify and diminish certain things.
I suppose what he would have been focusing on more than anything at that point in time wasn't who his defense attorney was, which was probably just a state-appointed schmo, or the prosecutor, or I think he would have been focusing purely on her who knew the plan to begin with. That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below. These 5 years, all I wonder is why? Why? I never knew the other 25 letters of the number back. Why did she lie? That's all I want to know.
No, that's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself.
Yes, but I forget what she looked like, so I tell her to wear a scarf. I don't want to hurt her. Just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just want to hear answer come from her mouth. That's all. So that's why. That's why you made a crazy escape like that. To be fair, he was kind of given the opportunity when the car he was in fell over, which is, if memory serves, what happened. Like, he didn't stage a massive breakout. Just so happened they were transferring him, and the car he was in tipped over, and he just took advantage of that and ran off.
Yeah, he got lucky.
Yes. None of this was premeditated.
Just one thing, Zebra Boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it?
Let me guess. Dahlia had it. Huh? Where's what? Mia, you're a little slow on the uptake.
Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond.
Don't call that a
Remember
diamond.
that?
That is a fucking rock.
Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it?
I don't know. Huh? You don't know? No, really. I don't know. It's gone with Dahlia. Yup, she had. So somehow or another, the ransom passed from Valerie to Dahlia, with Falls being completely by... Who kidnapped whom?
Well, no. Wouldn't that Dahlia and Terry would have had the diamond?
He's specifically saying Dahlia had it. You don't... If you're dealing with... I mean, okay, obviously this wasn't a legit kidnapping. But if you were dealing with a legit kidnapping, you wouldn't give the ransom to the hostage. You would give the ransom to the kidnapper.
Well, yeah.
So it theoretically
Oh, no,
makes...
yeah.
Yeah, no. It theoretically makes no sense that Dahlia got the diamond in the first place, which is where some eyebrows should have been raised about this issue. Because even...
I mean, presumably she was there alone.
I mean, Valerie, yes. But, like, I'm sure they searched both of them for the diamond.
I mean, at that point, they probably would have just assumed he dropped it or something.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I suppose when he got shot in the arm, maybe he dropped it. Fair.
So I am curious why Valerie gave the diamond to Dahlia and then shot Terry.
Well, yeah, what Dahlia was still doing over there with him after... I don't know. Again, this whole fucking thing was staged. Clearly.
Yeah, but it was staged weirdly.
It's Ace
because
Attorney
if Dahlia
universe.
had the diamond, then it would have had to be given to her.
Yes.
But if Valerie was gonna shoot Terry, why would she bother walking over to give the diamond to Dahlia first?
Again, Ace Attorney universe. Standard logic does not apply. You're right. I thought of the exact same thing. Because you wouldn't just toss that across a rickety bridge.
No.
So she definitively had to walk over, hand it to... Let's say she did the somewhat sensible thing and handed it to Terry, and then Terry was the one who gave it to Dahlia. She still had to walk over to them in the first place, and then if you were a hostage negotiator at that point, you wouldn't have walked back after giving the ransom. You would not have walked back without the hostage.
Yeah, this is a weird exchange.
So again, the logic here, or the explanation here, is it's the fucking Ace Attorney universe. With Dahlia. That day, on the bridge, Dahlia put it in backpack. Backpack was actually parachute, wasn't it? Now gone, with Dahlia. Gone forever. So this guy, obviously his memory isn't so good, because he's forgot what Valerie looked like. I'm guessing he forgot what Dahlia looked like.
I mean, it was 5 years and she was a teenager at the time. They change visibly quite significantly over 5 years.
It's been a while since I've been a teen, but you're probably right. Into Eagle River. You disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute. You can come back in now. We're about ready to go. Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, he literally fucking said the diamond is missing. Why are you making him repeat that? He already answered this question, Mia. God, I can't believe she's good. No, he literally said it. Diamond is gone with Dahlia. Do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne? No! I mean, strictly speaking, the only thing he's guilty of is pretend kidnapping. And dating a teenager when... How the fuck old is he?
He's 25 now, so he would have been 21.
5 years ago, so he would have been 20.
20, yeah.
I mean, again, it's not the most ridiculous... Like, if they were dating now, it's a little skeevy because she's still 19 as opposed... But, like, it's not the worst age gap I can think of. Oh, hey, someone is added to the record. Dahlia Hawthorne, deceased. Valerie's younger sister, victim of the kidnap murder at Dusky Bridge 5 years ago. That wasn't there last time. Diapers Edgeworth was the last one there prior to this. So that's interesting. It's a cute looking silhouette, but I know that it's just going to match quote unquote Melissa Foster's. Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne. I mean, still, this is the first time he gets to exist chronologically. ... Never found her. My sweet Dahlia. We know they never found her. That was established, like, at the beginning of this case. Swallowed by river. Gone. Dahlia. Just skip the first part of that line.
So are we just like...
just skip the first part of that line and ask his second question.
Okay, no, I've got... Your angel? How old was she, anyway?
Not old enough for me to legally date. Yeah, robbing cradles before diamonds. Exactly what Mia says.
She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth $2 million. Man, oh man. Angels these days. ...
Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia Hawthorne an angel, or is she really a...
It's time, kitten. Looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now.
You bet. Diamond out of the... Okay, we pulled that out of thin air. Because...
You have added the concept of a diamond.
It's been missing for 5 years. Now all of a sudden it just gets added to the court record. And just, oh yeah, it was hiding behind your ear the whole time. Whoop, what's that behind your ear? Boop. It's the diamond.
It's $2 million worth of diamond!
Turn to the other side of your bed and your cat is just... I mean, cats do that. Also, Delta, Dahlia never died. It's the whole point of them never finding a body. Yes, he cheated it in with Gmod commands. Also, hi Octane Hyperion, and welcome.
Hello.
But yeah, no, we've seen what they add to the court record before. You don't just add the concept of things, you actually add the thing in itself.
Training wheels come off now, Mia. You gotta strike while the iron is hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it.
Yeah, okay, they are very much... I mean, again, I figured it out as soon as I saw the guy, but they are very, very, very much leaning into, hello, Diego Armando, a.k.a. Godo.
Look, you've seen his sprite. They're not hiding it.
Not at this point, no. Alright. Oh, right, it's the Canadian judge, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes, Delta, someone told legal lies. Valerie. Valerie perjured herself. That's what we just spent most of this recess figuring out. Valerie... Like, Falls thinks that Valerie betrayed... Oh, fuck. Falls thinks Valerie betrayed him, not Dahlia. Is he gonna poison himself or so? Because... Dawning said a guy dies in Mia's first trial.
But which guy?
There's really only one it could be.
We've seen everybody else in future cases.
Or at least know when Diego Armando allegedly dies. But yeah, even this judge we've seen in a future case. So we know when Mia dies, we know when Diego Armando is poisoned. We've seen Dahlia in a future case. Unfortunately, Edgeworth doesn't die.
Thank goodness. Imagine the loss to society.
None. Literally none. And those are all the players in this case, other than Terry. So he dies.
Man, completely forgot Gumshoe from the first witness.
We know we know he lives.
Yeah, but you didn't even mention him.
Because he's not involved with the original 5-year-ago case. Or, I mean, I guess he is technically involved with it, but, like, that doesn't really count. So, I mean, here's the other thing, but by the time 1 year from now shows up, she's going very clearly by Dahlia Hawthorne again, instead of Melissa Foster. I'm assuming, and this has never happened to me, thank God, I'm assuming that if you get declared dead, legally dead, right, like, I think 2 years is what it's got to be before you can be declared legally dead, with no, in absence of evidence one way or another. But I would presume that they'd give you a death certificate at that point, and then if it turns out you were alive and can prove your identity, I assume the deaths, I mean, I don't know if it would be revoked or repealed or something via a legal method. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer, I just play one on Stupid Vision. But presumably that process would have happened once Dahlia Hawthorne revealed that she was actually not dead. Which would be how she would be able to change her student identification or whatever at IVU from Melissa Foster to Dahlia Hawthorne. Because she very clearly does. Alright, now then there. Let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls, eh? Witness, are you feeling better there? Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best. Man, we stalled for almost an hour. Yeah. And Dawning's still not here. Which is not why I was stalling, mind you. It's just, like I said, I'm going off the fucking rails, which should surprise no one.
Just do that shit.
So it's not someone going to jail for... So first of all, the only one who would go to jail for providing false information, in this case, would be Valerie, who's dead. Because Valerie was the one who testified that Terry shot and threw Dahlia off the bridge. Dahlia herself... I don't know what, maybe you can say that up until Terry died, she was worried that he'd come back and try to finish the job. And that's why she went by, which is probably the way, because, presumably she has some identification as Melissa Foster. But you could make the argument, and she probably would, that as long as Terry Falls was still alive, she was worried that he'd break out and try to finish the job, which, again, you could literally point to the fact that she killed, or that he killed, Valerie. Also, hi, Snowy, and LG, you have a present.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well, we talked about what a horrible loss it would be for society if Edgeworth were to die. But why don't you talk about how much you love him and what a horrible loss it would be if he died?
Okay, before that, though, I'm going to answer Pokey Delta's question. I'm not saying Valerie... Well, okay, it's possible Valerie put her sister in witness protection, which would still implicate Valerie instead of her. It's also possible that she just made this choice on her own, and it would still potentially be valid because she was assumed to be dead and she didn't want to because of her perception. Because again, you have to remember, Terry Falls is not a small guy, and she is a rather petite woman. And would have been even more petite when she was 14. Although, if memory serves, girls actually got taller sooner than guys. Because I'm pretty sure there was a point in time when most of the girls in my life were taller than me. Or in my grade, not in my life. Which is technically the same thing. Regardless. But yeah, no. So, one way or another, you could make, or she could make an argument. And again, consider how manipulative she is. Well, Pokey Delta, yeah, okay, you could make the argument he doesn't have the brains to be dangerous, but then you could have made that argument in the first place in court. Clearly that didn't fly. Because obviously they don't really take into consideration cognitive capabilities here, because nobody's got them. Except for Miles Edgeworth. See, I segued right into it. Honestly, seeing him this early on in his career it's surprising how well put together he was right from the get-go. And that flashy jacket that he's wearing. I'm sad that he never wore it to any future cases, because it really looks good on him. almost as adorable as his face. And his face is very adorable. And in point of fact, like you said earlier, LG, it really would have been a shame if he was the one who died in this case. And the world would have been just a god-awful, miserable, miserable place. If and when... And it was the same thing in the second game, too, when everyone assumed he was dead. The world was a much worse and darker place without Miles Edgeworth being a light that carried the world on his shoulders. Like, he is literally the Atlas of the Ace Attorney universe. It's not easy being the only smart person in a world full of dunderheads and dumbasses. But Edgeworth pulls it off. He pulls it off with aplomb. And honestly, he's very impressive. And again, without him... Without him, this whole universe, right, the whole Ace Attorney universe would fall apart. And so would my heart. It would shatter into millions and millions and millions of pieces because I was never courageous enough to admit how I actually felt about him. Too busy pretending to hate him, pretending to be upset at his ego, or to call him ugly, or stupid nicknames that he never deserved. Because of my own ego. And apparently after I'm finished with this, I've got to be tsundere for a purple-haired moron that is not nearly as good as Edgeworth. Although I'm pretty sure it's been about 5 minutes. I don't know. I haven't been keeping track of time, like, at all today, which is why we ended up getting...
You wouldn't say.
Yeah. It's not my fault. It's not Melly's fault either. Nothing could ever be his fault. Him and his gorgeous purple hair and his complete and total... Like, do you want to talk about someone who's got a lot of balls? Nobody's got bigger balls than Melly. Or at least a bigger ball. Of course,
I feel like you should get that checked out.
It's electrode, so it's probably exploding all of the time.
That sounds unhealthy.
It probably is, and so he needs to stay far away from Electrode's blast so that nothing happens to him, because if anything happened to Melly, the entire Pokemon universe would be doomed. Because, again, it would just lose a fantastic, it would lose a fantastic light, and it would lose just such a wonderful person cut down in his prime. And again, this is another one where I have to literally be forced to admit how I feel, right? I did not give myself this username or this avatar of my own free will. I was forced to admit the truth. Because I'm too cowardly to do it on my own. I always have been, and I always will be. Because that's just the kind of person that I am. Like, I never have the courage or the heart to express how I feel to people, and I just always tease them, I always make fun of them, I always project myself onto them, right? Edgeworth doesn't have an ego, Melly doesn't have an ego, it's me. I'm the one with the ego. And my ego just gets in the way of admitting my feelings and probably just makes me look like a jackass. Well, many things make me look like a jackass, but this doesn't help. And I really need to start getting out of my own way and start listening to my heart more. And you know, again, when my heart says, I love Melly, I have to be able to express that in a well, okay, I can't say rational, but in an emotionally mature way. Right? I can't still be doing what kids do when they're like 5 years old, and a guy, and a boy likes a girl, so he just pulls her hair. Right? What am I? I'm not 5 anymore. I'm almost 30 years older than that. I need to stop ignoring how I feel and stop projecting my insecurities and my weaknesses and my flaws onto people who are otherwise who are otherwise flawless, like Melly. Alright, we've gotten that all out of our systems now.
For now.
Good. Okay. This is a court of law, not a forest. Could the butterflies please lead? We've had birds in courtrooms before. And I don't just mean Polly, who was a witness. No, I said I don't just mean Polly, who was a witness. Acro.
Oh yeah, he had birds, didn't he?
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure they attacked Phoenix at least a couple of times. And I know there's going to be another bird in a courtroom who attacks Phoenix. I think.
Yeah.
The judge isn't younger.
No,
this is a different
Canadian.
Judge. This is the Canadian judge there, E.
I mean, technically he is younger, because this is...
But he's a different character.
5 years ago? But yeah, this is a different judge.
We first met this judge in case 3-2. He was the judge presiding over Atney's trial, where Atney was on trial for being masked to mask. But yeah, no, I'm guessing he is just a judge on weekends because we've never seen him prior to this game. We always get the same graybeard judge. But this is a completely different character. You're a brave young lady there, eh? Not this again.
I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her clients off the hook. However, to try to pin the crime on an innocent student is...
What are you talking about, Diapers?
My witness is not the person on trial here. She is an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. What possible reason could a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman?
The policewoman was her sister? I mean, I know you're with Mia on this one, Pokey Delta. You've been on Mia's side since case 3-1. Unfortunately, I always have to be on the cute redhead side. It might be a personal weakness, but I'm sure it's never... Yeah, everyone is on Mia's side. No, the judge isn't, and Diapers Edgeworth isn't either. I will say, Diego being completely...
Hey, but it's Diapers' job to not be on Mia's side.
I mean, yeah, but Diego being completely immune to Dahlia's machinations harkens back to how Godo was completely and totally not intimidated by Sergio Tigre. Like, the man is not fazed by anything.
Just a completely unflappable man.
How old is he? 27. So he's probably already seen a bunch of shit. And by, well, okay.
Do you know what kind of prosecutors this man has had to deal with?
Von Karma. Well, Manfred Von Karma. Winston Payne. Those would be the only two that I'm aware of, because this is Diapers' first case.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we've seen what the prosecutors are like, so like.
Oh, Lana.
Presumably.
Well, maybe. No, Lana possibly wouldn't be a prosecutor at this point. She wouldn't be. She'd still be a detective. Good, but yeah, no, we see the general era, right? We see the general demeanor of the prosecutors. And given who the big cheese was, and I'm not saying he was the chief prosecutor, because he apparently never was. You'd think a fucking 40-year non-defeated stint as a prosecutor would be enough to get you to be chief prosecutor. But some detective gets promoted over you? Okay, I'd be pissed if I was Manfred. But he never actually seemed to give a shit. That's the other thing.
No, he seemed rather satisfied with it.
I mean, maybe it's just because the chief prosecutor doesn't get to prosecute in court as much. Similar to how the chief of police wouldn't get to be as on the boots, on the ground boots as a detective anymore.
Wouldn't get the police as much.
Yeah. So maybe they asked, and maybe he said, no, you know what? That's probably what it was. All right. It's certainly hard to imagine this woman as a murderer there, eh? Her motive, huh? Yes, because they specifically said that before we went into recess.
No. Diego figured that's what you had to establish next. And he told you.
And they specifically said it before you went into recess. God, it's not easy seeing Mia as the one slow to the uptake. But I can forgive her because this is her first case. Well there, Ms. Faye. Do you have any evidence of a motive, eh? ... Yes, of course. I think.
Still acting tame as a kitten.
Mr. Armando.
Listen, a lawyer is someone who smiles, no matter how bad it gets.
Oh, so he's the one that she got that from. Boy, she really took these lessons to heart. And she also took some lessons from Dahlia to heart, too. Or should I say she took some lessons from Dahlia to cleavage, not technically to heart. Because we do see what she does down the road as far as her shirts go. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you are, Trey. ...
exclamation mark. You have a line?
Oh, you did say it. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro.
Maybe so. I wish you would quit grinning at me like... You know, Godo's basically always smiling. Like we said earlier, he really is unflappable.
He's having a good time.
He always is. Maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that. Excuse me. May I speak, Mr. Judge? Oh, of course there, eh? Mr. Judge is ready anytime you'd like there. I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true. Oh, good. She's reassuring us that it's not true. I can believe her 100%. And yes, Godo is... Look, I won't say he's the best prosecutor, because I tend to like Franziska. But fucking hell, Godo is a boss. He is probably one of the number one reason. He and Dahlia are the reasons that I have enjoyed this game. You either die a defense attorney or live long enough to become a prosecutor. That's good. That's good. I see there, eh? You're such an honest and upstanding young lady.
Looks like this witness is a real professional.
Ooh, I know another witness who is described as professional. Though she would also be a detective at this point. Angel Star.
Oh, yeah.
She wasn't a detective when she was a witness. But the SL9? Yeah, the SL9 incident hasn't happened yet. My knowledge of the future.
It wouldn't have.
I hate temporal shenanigans. What do you mean?
Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her. Click, she lights right up.
Very well then there. Let's hear what the witness has to say, eh? Melissa Foster's history. I was out of the country until the year before last. Until I entered college, I had never been to Eagle Mountain before. I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster. Says the terrible, horrible monster. I'm sorry, I should never have said that about Dahlia. I have to go slap myself silly now, excuse me.
Very well.
God damn it, I missed! Okay, this is not working. I have less hand-eye coordination with my right hand. Give me a second.
Take as long as you need.
Ow! Okay, I think that's enough. Last time we played the game with a few friends IRL, someone gave her a rough... So...
We all heard that slap.
Dawning gave her a great voice. Dawning wins someone who also sometimes joins me in voice chat here. I don't... Well, okay, Mia I voice because she's a player character or something. But I don't usually voice the female characters. Dawning usually does. And the voice that Dawning gave Dahlia, I think it was somewhat similar to her voice. And her voice for Morgan Fay was excellent. Her voice for Dahlia Hawthorne was fairly similar. But, like, you can go back and you can watch. If you're hanging around... Well, you know what? I'll just do this now. Because I don't know if I've seen...
Command. You can do it anytime.
I can. I don't think I've seen you hanging around here before, Octane Hyperion. So if you do want to watch all of my content, I upload everything to my YouTube channel over there. So I've got Ace Attorney 1, 2, and then through this point of Ace Attorney 3, along with a couple other series. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Ghost Trick, another short series, which was an indie game made by, or at least partially made by a friend of mine called Arcana Apothecary. And then a series that I just finished up last Wednesday of West of Loathing. So, a lot of fun content there, but I'm biased, so... You probably did, yes. But like I said, I don't think I've seen you here before. Your username is familiar. But I'm pretty sure I saw it on the Bulb Garden channel, which of course that is another place you can find me. But most of that content ends up on, well, okay, right now most of it's actually in limbo because Twitch was a bitch and basically said you could only have up to 100 hours of highlights. So some of that's going to end up on
God,
my
does
YouTube.
Bulba have so much?
I mean, even I had over 100 on this channel. And I'm just a random schmuck. So, some of that content, like, I think I started putting Legends Arceus on my channel just because Irizu and Yandere-chan the Alpha Rapidash have become kind of iconic of me and my brand as a whole. But, like, most of that's still going to end up on the Bulba Garden channel, the YouTube channel. But I'm not in charge of that anymore. So I don't have to be the one who uploads it all to YouTube. God, I love abdicating responsibilities. No, in actuality, I had reached a breaking point and did not. I was not capable of being in charge anymore.
Which is fair enough.
I mean, I'd held the position since, what was it, 2018, 2019?
It was a while.
Yeah. And a good chunk of that, I was also Forum's head administrator. Head of 2 projects at the same time. I think only one other other than Archaic. I think only one other person has done that at any given moment. And Archaic's kind of the webmaster, so it's sort of expected. And Kogoro was a chief of staff at the time, too. So again, it's kind of expected. Right? Kogoro was chief of staff and head of Bulbapedia for a long time. Anyway. Out of the country there, eh?
Precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder.
Indeed.
You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile.
You bet. Somehow I have to tie her to this case. Alright. Everyone knows the plan, right?
Of course.
Oh, fuck! I forgot!
What?
How depleted my battery is.
Oh yeah, we went to town last stream.
The good news is it wasn't by pressing the statements, so I still can use my usual plan of pushing all the buttons. So, the plan as always, push all the buttons. Press. So, what country were you living in then? We were all living abroad. You are abroad. But after my parents were killed...
It was a brutal civil war. She had to try to make her way back home alone.
I lost everything. I didn't even have any personal identification. What kind of bullshit sob story is this? What do I do? Should I press... Yes! Always press the buttons! Witness, answer my question. I'll even repeat it for you. What country were you in?
Objection! Your Honor, this line of questioning is childish.
So are you,
What country
Diapers.
she was in? What country she was in and how many languages she may speak are irrelevant here. What we're here to evaluate is whether this witness has any connection to this case.
And disproving her alleged backstory would in fact be a step towards doing so. Go take that finger and shove it up your colossal asshole. Or I'll do that for you. Twist your arm and... Brock Sampson, you. I don't know if you get that reference, LG. I don't know if anybody gets that reference.
Yeah, I don't think so.
In the television show Venture Brothers, Brock Sampson, bodyguard of Dr. Thaddeus S. Venture, takes a henchman's arm, twists it around, and shoves his own finger up his ass. And I'm pretty sure that kills him.
Fun.
Swedish murder machine Brock Sampson. Anyway, I've lived abroad ever since I was a little girl. That's why I could never have known Mr. Falls or Detective Hawthorne.
Yes, I think we've established that point.
But we haven't established where it was that you were living. You claim your parents died in a civil war. Okay, so what country was it that you were living in? Were there any countries that, like, 2 years ago had a civil war? And yes, nobody asked about languages, Diapers. And yes, Hyperion, I already made that joke, that she is in fact a broad. A cute one. Yes, indeed there. Well then, shall we add what you've just said, just stated to the official testimony, eh? Yes, please, Mr. Judge. Okay. Alright, I didn't know that I have to do that, but I'm gonna press the button on everything, so hold it. You didn't know either person. Are you certain of that? Yes, I'm afraid I'm rather shy around people. Oh well, that can't be helped there, eh? Why is he just agreeing with everything? Why wouldn't he be agreeing with everything that comes out of her mouth? She's cute! The first time you saw either of them was when they were on the bridge there, correct? Yes, it really was a coincidence. Press. So what made you decide to go to Eagle Mountain anyway? I just love being outdoors. Picnics, hiking, you know, that sort of thing. You don't look like much of a hiker to me. But you do look like a digger of... Is she accusing Dahlia of being a gold digger?
He sure is.
Not for Terry Falls! I mean, okay, she's a gold digger on her own dad, I suppose, but that's not usually how that term is used. But Eagle Mountain is a 2-hour drive from here, and no trains run through there. There are plenty of mountains that are closer and easier to get to. Well, I went there once with... Oh, so you were fucking lying! I mean, it's a very, very minor point. Okay, yes, Hyperion, she is also a grave digger. But she's cute, she can get away with it. This is my rule of thumb. And as everyone knows, I have 2 fully functional thumbs, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Actually, I don't think Hyperion's gonna get it. You may notice, Hyperion, that there's a statement in the title of this stream. that says no left thumb challenge. There's a reason for that. And this is that reason. My left arm, which is my dominant arm, is currently in a splint. Nothing broken, just a particularly nasty case of tendinitis where I literally cannot use the wrist and thumb at all. It has to and the problem is, given that it's my dominant arm, I can't naturally let it rest, so I call this splint my anti-stupidity device. Anyway, well,
it's the kind of thing you just do without thinking.
I mean, right. Think about any of you with your right hands, or if you're left-handed, with your left hand. Right? It's just natural when you get to a door to try to open it with your dominant hand. The problem is, that exact sort of twisting motion on most doorknobs would send a massive flare of pain. And I'm just too stupid to have that stick in my head. Anyway, next line. I fell in love with its stark, desolate beauty and its cold yet romantic gloominess. Oh, look. I broke my right arm when I was 7, and I feel lucky that I am left-handed. Now I don't feel so lucky that I am left-handed. And I'll tell you this. For the very first time in my entire life, I am actually grateful that my car's ignition is on the right side of the steering wheel.
Oh god, I never even thought about how annoying that must be for a lefty.
Yeah, none of you think about how anything that you do and take for granted is so much of a pain in my ass. I mean, just think about writing, LG.
Yeah, I know lefties get very smudgy.
Yeah, and to say nothing if you're working on something like a whiteboard or a chalkboard. Like, that's just on a sheet of paper. Although, I'll be fair. I did some training last week at work, and I doodled on the whiteboard with my right hand. First of all, it was actually somewhat easier because I didn't have to worry about smudge. And it was actually legible.
Oh, impressive.
Certainly more legible than it would have been if I tried to write with my left hand at this point. I may yet get some use out of my right hand. But, as you noticed from earlier, I just... Like, if I was trying to slap myself in the face with my left hand, no problem. I could do that. And I can demonstrate that now if you want. Actually, no. That will probably hurt.
No, you shan't.
That would probably hurt. Yeah, that is a very hard plastic. Or polymer, technically. I think there's some rubber in there. Didn't know you were such a...
Oh, that one got ya!
It did. Oh my god. Whoop-de-doo, Pokey Delta. Oh no, the world is slightly more difficult for right-handed people. What a fucking shame. And it's for push button. Look, the thing about my car is it's still a key ignition. My car old. But my car also still fully functional, despite the fact that insurance claims it's totaled.
I mean, even relatively new cars often still have key ignitions.
Yeah, but, like, the push button? Okay, even I can push a fucking button with my right hand. Hyperion, let me tell you, I am extremely grateful that this happened when it did. I mean, I hate that it happened, but, like, if this happened while I was still streaming Pokemon Legends Arceus, Scarlet and Violet, or Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, I would be up shit's creek. Because I suck at the controls on those games, even when I have full control and full grasp of the controller. Now, I probably shouldn't say this, because I'm still not 100% sure that it's going to happen or that I want it to happen. But I had an idea.
Always a dangerous thing.
Yes, there's a reason why my head is on fire. It's because I'm thinking. I'm considering, because this splint, right, it's molded to my arm. It's not like I'm going to have to give it back once I'm healed. So, unless I literally destroy the thing in the 6 weeks that I'm supposed to, which it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility, considering how scuffed up and scratched it already is, I think that maybe to celebrate my recovery from this tendinitis, I might be willing to do some kind of bonus stream down the line, where I redo the final boss battles of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom wearing the brace. Wearing the splint.
Oh, God, that would be awful.
Like I said, bad idea. I'm glad you think so, and we'll never talk of this again.
I mean, I would, if it didn't take like a few minutes to put on properly, probably I would have said make it a point reward. No left thumb. 5 minutes.
Hyperion, look at some of the channel point rewards and tell me that I don't embrace suffering. And LG, you technically have it as a thing for 25,000 channel points.
Right.
But yeah, no, I mean, you want to know how quickly I can take this thing on,
And I'm on 12.6. I'm getting there.
I mean, you want to know how quick and easy it is to take this thing on and off?
Well, yeah, why not?
It's off.
Okay, but off is the easy part.
It's on.
Oh, well, there you go.
Alright, I didn't put the sock back on, so it's now just the brace without the sock, but, like, the sock would only take a little longer. Like, it's 3 Velcro straps. And then, you know, it's molded to my arm. So when I'm putting it on, it's thumb first and everything else follows. When I'm taking it off, like, it kind of naturally, as soon as the straps go off, it starts to, and then, you know, the thumb is the last out. So it's not so difficult. And I really should not have admitted this.
Yeah.
In fact, as soon as I finished healing, I am going to throw this thing out. In fact...
Yeah, voice band. What would that even look like for an Ace Attorney stream?
You and or whoever else...
sit there? Yeah, I guess if it only applies to you.
Yeah, you and whoever else might, which means shit might actually get done. Also, Hyperion, hands up all those who actually believe that I will throw this thing out when I fully healed. Yeah, didn't think so. And you know why? Not even my hand is up. My hand's not up Because at this point, I've decided I'm done with this shit. I'm throwing it out now. Goodbye, everyone. I'll be right back.
Well, you heard him.
I'm free! Yay! Hmm?
Yippee!
Yeah, no more brace. I threw it out. Right? Good.
Of course.
Oh, shit. Pokey Delta is, Alright, Pokey Delta's right, which is exactly why I didn't actually throw out the food, which is why I didn't actually throw out the splint.
Yeah, I never believed you would. You'd cop too much shit.
I also, because Dawning knows that my wife is out this week, I had to basically concede to her that anytime she asks for it, I will have to take a picture of my arm in the brace with my watch that shows date and time.
Come on.
I get outthought so damn often.
Well, yeah, most people don't have the fire problem to worry about, so they can go a little harder.
Probably. By the way, what's the name of your college?
An objection! The prosecution objects
To your face?
to any questions that involve the witness's private life. Also your face.
No, I object to your face.
But you are not the prosecution!
So you object to your own face, then.
Bah! ...
Exclamation mark.
All that matters is bleh. All that matters is that she is a material witness to a crime. The witness doesn't need to respond to questions that are clearly malicious in intent.
Thank you. She's really gone too far. Miss Faye, you're treading on thin ice here, there. Thin ice there, eh? And I'm Canadian. Thin ice is very bad because it would be bad for our hockey teams there. And yes, Ace Attorney games can basically just be summed up as nuh-uh, yeah, nuh-uh, especially with this fucking jackass of a prosecutor. At least Godo has his coffee, Franziska has her whip, and Manfred's just so damn iconically evil. I hardly said anything. Talk about sensitive. Press again! Perhaps, but your behavior that day was very suspicious. I mean, both judges simp over cute girls. Or actually, technically, the same cute girl.
Cute girl, singular.
And they're both extremely gullible.
You can trick them.
That one. And easily distracted. Oh, look, a chicken! Huh? No, wait, that's just a Lego set. Which shouldn't surprise me in this room. Not only have you contradicted yourself here in court, but you know things you shouldn't. For example, the scratches on the trunk of the car. And the fact that she was taken to the car in the first place. Well, that's...
Objection! Unfortunately, Miss Faye, your last statement proves nothing.
Which is why I'm trying to get more detail about who this witness is, Mr. Smarty Skirt. Take that as me saying my line instead.
Very well. The witness came to the police station once to identify the suspect. It's entirely possible that, at that time, an officer showed her this photo.
That seems like a rather serious mistake there, eh? But not outside the realm of possibility of our stupid detectives there.
Ha! That's the oldest trick in the prosecutor's book.
That's not fair. That wicked inmate. I'll never be able to forget that horrible day. Press. A grudge. Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? How do you know this? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death.
Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt.
I'm sorry, what the fuck does that even mean? Objection! My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. I mean, he's not even able to recognize me, despite the fact that allegedly we dated 5 years ago. That I was his victim that got thrown off the bridge. ... exclamation mark. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? Your client. He forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well. Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of... Well, look! When I'm given an option between wait and see and press harder, you know what I'm gonna do.
You press wait and see because there's very funny lines on wait and see.
Fine. I will make an exception.
There's no penalty on it, so you can just come back through and get it later.
Any more damage to my client's image could be a disaster. Judge already has a bad enough opinion of him. You just can't trust someone with a bad memory there, eh? What did you eat for dinner 1 week ago today? At the very least, a person should remember that much there. As for me, it was payday, so I had a nice moose steak with some poutine on the side there. And how does this relate to anything?
Whether it's eating a steak or committing murder, a person shouldn't deny their actions. I'm in complete agreement, Your Honor.
Not as funny as I would have led to believe.
I may have oversold them a little bit. I liked them, though.
I mean, yeah, the moose steak, and it's very Canadian. Very Canadian. So one judge is Texan, the other judge is Canadian. Anyway,
yeah.
Press. You knew about that incident? But weren't you out of the country until the year before last? Well, I saw a report about the escaped convict on the news. They had an in-depth... When the fuck would you have had time to see this report and its in-depth report, or... sorry, when we have time to see the story on the news with its in-depth reports? Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it like 8 hours between when he escaped and when they got him back?
I think something about.
And it's 2 hours to get from where we are to...
Well, no, because he didn't escape from anywhere that first time.
No, I mean, like, now. Because she's saying that after he escaped...
Yeah, a report about the escaped convict, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know, probably at some point.
I mean, this was before the era when they would have had smartphones, because we've seen what cell phones look like in this. So she wasn't watching it while she was getting to or from Eagle Mountain or whatever the hell it's called. And, again, this was kind of a freak accident kind of thing, so they wouldn't have had this shit. So I assume it would have taken them at least, like, an hour, okay, let's be generous and say 30 minutes, for them to get this story up and running with it, they would have reported on it instantly, but, like, the in-depth report about his history wouldn't have shown up immediately. That would have taken some time.
I don't know, I'm presuming that they were going for, like, evening news or something.
But she was on the mountain.
Well, presumably she could have gotten home in time to see, to know that evening news had happened. Like, all she needs to know is that it happened, and she can claim she was there for it, for whatever she wants.
Meh. I mean, maybe, yeah. Maybe she can say that she saw an evening special after he was recaptured or whatever. I don't know. But they had an in-depth report about his whole history. So you were still living abroad 5 years ago, is that correct there? Yes. I can't let her get away with these lies.
Listen to me. She's neck deep in this whole thing. Somehow, you're just going to have to get her to show the court her true self.
She is already. Cute, sweet, innocent redhead.
Sure.
Alright, so I've pressed on everything except for second to last statement. I needed to press harder. Yeah. Okay, we've seen all this already. Objection, fuck you and the stupid face you wrote in on. We're playing Ace Attorney, I think. LG, what does the stream say I'm playing?
Yeah, the Ace Attorney trilogy.
Okay, good. I thought I might have forgotten to switch it, which would be doubly bad because I'm done with West of Loathing, so it wouldn't apply to any streams moving forward. Press harder. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What do you mean by that? Yeah, Persona 6, Ace Attorney. Look, if we can have Ace Attorney in West of Loathing, we can have Ace Attorney in Persona. Or vice versa, I'm sure. It can happen. And we had Ace Attorney in West of Loathing, to the point where the new canon that I have for the Ace Attorney universe, or at least my Ace Attorney universe, is that nobody actually gets their attorney's badges by going to law school. Fucking clearly Phoenix didn't. So they all probably get their attorney's badges by helping a former attorney, the ghost of a former attorney, find peace and move on to the afterlife. That's it. Explains why there's so damn few attorneys. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What do you mean by that? Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of How do you know that, actually, young lady?
Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification.
Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf... Yes, that is the entire premise of my argument! Then he probably would have tried to kill me. That's true there. He is clearly a bitter man, eh? This is bad. Mr. Fall's reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with it? Have it added to the testimony. Always another thing to press. Your Honor, what the witness said just now was tremendously important. Because again, it's literally my entire fucking case. I'd like it added to the official testimony.
The prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer, and a mentally unbalanced one at that.
You would know.
That testimony only helps to further prove that point.
This is most unusual there, eh? No, that's not why I... Enough. Witness, if you would, eh? My pleasure, Mr. Judge. She's so cute. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. Neither was Valerie, if we're to be believed with what Diapers Edgeworth says. But you know what this does? It gives me another statement to press! What do you mean by lucky? Well, it's February now. Everyone is wearing scarves. Which is why you're carrying around a parasol and wearing an outfit that's... Well, it certainly leaves your shoulders exposed. Like, that is not an outfit.
That's why she should have a scarf.
I suppose. If I had accidentally worn a white scarf like he said...
Then you yourself might have been killed.
That would have been a terrible loss for this world there, eh?
Looks like you pressed too hard, kitten.
There's no such thing! Mr. Armando.
Keep looking around you and you're gonna lose sight of the finish line. Justice is blind, but she's not deaf. Sometimes you have to know when not to talk.
Impossible! I literally have no idea when not to talk. Alright, so very clearly I'm supposed to present something somewhere. But I don't even remember what the fuck is in my court record. And the last time I checked it, the court record was upside down and backwards. So I'm not actually going to present anything I don't want. Well, let's do that first. I don't want to actually present anything. Attorney's badge, useless. Autopsy report, useless. Dusky Bridge map, probably useless. Scarf, probably useless. Witness's photo. I don't know. Victim's note. I mean, I think this is where... I mean, she said white scarf, yes. And all we've got is a blue scarf. The diamond isn't relevant yet. Alright, what statements do I... So, okay, the game is probably telling me, like, it's told me many, many, many times that I was as stupid to get her to say, I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. Neither was the victim. She was wearing a blue scarf, but... So, okay, I don't have anything to prove she was in the country. I don't think I've got anything to prove that she didn't know the victim or the defendant. Because I haven't proved that she's Dahlia Hawthorne yet.
No.
I already pressed... I don't have anything to prove that she's been to Eagle Mountain before. And in point of fact, when she admitted that she'd technically been there once before. So, I don't think this is the relevant statement. I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. I mean, this cuts to motive, which is what we're trying to prove. none of the evidence that I have none of the evidence that, well, okay, there are profiles also, but none of the evidence that I have unless I present Dahlia's profile. But again, I haven't proven jack shit yet. I don't understand what I'm trying to find motive. I know that. But I don't think I've got the evidence for this. 2 pieces of evidence and the 2 are linked. I mean, the only 2 pieces of evidence that I can think of that are linked are the scarf and the crime photo. Because the scarf shows what happened to the scarf she was... Well, okay, the scarf, the victim's note, and the crime photo are all connected. Because the victim's note says that she was supposed to be wearing a scarf. The crime photo shows that she's not wearing a scarf, and this blue scarf is allegedly the white scarf that she was supposed to wear. Those are the only pieces of evidence that I can think of that are linked. I don't even know what statement I'd put any... Like, I don't even know what statement I'm supposed to press or present on. LG, help.
You want some help?
I'm stuck.
You touched on it already. It was literally the thing you made a big deal about when it came up.
I don't remember this.
Pokey Delta has it. It's time for the scarf.
Really?
It is finally scarf time.
So am I supposed to present, guess I'm lucky I wasn't, on the statement, I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white, and present the actual scarf?
Well, yeah, that's what you're contradicting.
Is that really it?
Yeah.
That is so, because I made this claim earlier. That is so fucking stupid. And it's trivial in like, everything, but okay. Objection! Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. Oh, so I guess it's the photo also. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim wore as identification. Oh! Oh! Okay, I'm late to the party, but I get it. Because the scarf is blue, how did Foster know it was supposed to be white? That's where this is going. Okay, I'm slow on the uptake. But no, it actually is a bigger line of attack than I thought it would be. Specifically because we'd already covered this scarf is quote-unquote white enough for identification purposes. Because fucking Diapers Edgeworth doesn't want to admit that he's colorblind and grabbed the wrong scarf. Ah, you're talking about this scarf right here, eh? Yes, that's it. The scarf the policewoman was wearing. I've got her now, just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. White? This is the scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me. Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth has lost his Edgeworth because he can't tell the difference between blue and white. Oh.
Objection! Well, it was foggy that day. And it was raining. It's not surprising that she mistook it for white.
Objection! What the fuck is the matter with you? Not this time, you jackass! The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. Yes, but, what's the significance of that theory? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but, there's only one explanation for this mix-up. Saving just in case. Oh, wait. I lost that opportunity. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is... Yeah, this note.
Is...
Falls, 4:30 p.m., that bridge. Wear white scarf for identification. Because this note says white scarf. It's gotta be this. It's the only other thing that mentions scarf is supposed to be white, so... Witness, have you ever seen this note? Note? Okay, but here's the fucking thing. The fact that she's denying it is stupid as shit. You know why it's stupid as shit?
Why is that?
Because she could, like, presumably she was taken into the police station for questioning about what she saw, right? That's allegedly where she saw the photo of the scratches on the trunk and the fact that the body was in the trunk.
It's entirely possible that when she came in, someone could have shown her this note.
It's entirely possible that she saw the note, or that a detective mentioned a white scarf. Because they're so fucking clumsy about it. Again, we have... In most cases, I would say that's a really bad and stupid argument. But we literally made that same, or Diapers Edgeworth literally made that same fucking argument about how she knew about the trunk and the scratches on it. So why don't they do the exact same thing here? Because that note was at the police station. Gumshoe said so. Note? No, never. Top secret evidence. So would the fucking photo have been. I'm sorry, what counts as top secret evidence versus evidence? Dude, it's top secret evidence there. There's no reason that you would have, I wonder about that. What do you mean? This note shows Mr. Falls. I hate S''S. I don't know how to pronounce that. Anyway, this note shows Mr. Falls' instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. It says, wear white scarf for identification.
White scarf? Oh!
And I'm surprised you don't think of the argument that I thought of. Again, okay, you've... No, you know what? I've got a new nickname for Diaper Boy over here. Never had his Edgeworth in the fucking first place. But that's just way too much of a pain in the ass to abbreviate. Witness.
Yeah.
You knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. He falls over girls. Yes. Ugh. Erg. Well, Ms. Foster? No. Order there, Mr. Diapers Edgeworth. I'm waiting for an explanation there. For example, she could have seen...
sure this...
Go ahead.
I am quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public.
And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. The fact that the note wasn't leaked to the public doesn't exclude the possibility that she was shown it or overheard one of the detectives talking about it while she was in the police station. I would have been a better prosecutor than Lost-His-Edgeworth. I really would have. Especially in a universe like this one. Nobody would have stood a chance against me if I was a prosecutor in this universe. Nobody.
Probably not.
At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Yes, but again, this wouldn't have been at the time of the murder. This would have been while she was being questioned about what she saw as a witness. Fucking Christ, it lost. Save now, present badge at thing. Okay. I think I saved. You know what? I'm going to save again just in case.
The classic.
All these years later, I still have that. Except for the one time that I completely forgot to save this game. Because I was so used to playing West of Loathing where you don't need to save. Could some of the redeems... Maybe a spooning bar. Okay. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one. The person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person. Did you say one more person there, eh? Well, if LG wants more lines, he should start by saying the ones he has by default.
That's right. A person no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, kitten?
I knew as of last week, but yes. Yep.
I forgot we were going for profiles. Instead of your badge, then present.
I mean, I can still technically present my. No, I can still technically present my attorney's badge.
You can, but like I don't know. I think it's funnier to just present a random person. Pick whoever you think is funniest.
The third person that knew the contents of the note was... I mean, either of the two that are already mentioned is funny. The judge isn't in the profiles. I know exactly who I'm going to present. This guy. He knows about every single murder in advance and is complicit in all of them. After all, he was a murderer at age 9, so... Take that.
Hang in there, kitten.
What is it, Mr. Armando?
Here, I made some special cafe con leche for you. I put in
Leche.
plenty of sugar. Whatever. I put in plenty of sugar. Drink it up before it gets cold. Don't be shy.
Why are you doing this?
Your brain needs stimulation. And then he pats her on the head. Drink some of this and then think it over again.
Too late, we lose.
Listen. Listen. Keep messing up like that and you're gonna get the judge mad.
Too late, we lose. Ms. Faye! Don't just stand there casually drinking coffee. That's enough there, eh? This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. Nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts there. This court finds the defendant Derry Falls guilty as sin.
G-U-Y-L-T-Y, guilty!
Unfortunately for you, that never happened.
Oh, what?
Boop. Yeah, the secret ending to every case. Yeah, I find Terry Falls to be a hosiery. No, the secret ending to every case, especially Turnabout Goodbyes, is that Edgeworth was actually the murderer the whole time. We know this. I assume I'm supposed to present the shadowy Dahlia Hawthorne, not Melissa Foster, because I still haven't technically proven one is the other.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. Did you say one more person there, eh?
That's right. The person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, kitten? Did
Yes.
my coffee help? Are
No.
you thinking more clearly?
No? Do you see my head on fire? The third person that knew the contents of this note was... Profiles is the R button. Dahlia Hawthorne. Take that. And that person is Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne! I've never heard that name before there, eh? But she sounds cute. Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. There is her name right there. What's this there, eh? So who's this person? This Dahlia Hawthorne?
Miss Faye must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life.
She's a spirit medium, so fuck you. The dead there? What are you talking about, Mr. Diapers Edgeworth? Have you gone off the deep end? Did you lose a fight with a moose? Or get kicked in the head by a moose? Or did a Canadian goose attack you there?
I'd be dead!
Okay, in which case the dead can come back to life. So what the fuck are you going on about there?
That's my point, Your Honor. I'd be dead. I couldn't be here.
You are here, which
So
means
neither
that
can Dahlia.
which means that since you're here and you got kicked in the head by a moose, it means the dead can come back to life there, eh?
I never got kicked in the head by a moose.
Then why are you so stupid there?
Dahlia Hawthorne was the deceased victim's younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago.
Killed in a crime? You don't mean,
Yes. she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Ball.
So why did her sister just mention her? When was the last time she channeled anyone? Technically, we don't know. Also, technically, I'm not 100%... Well, okay, no. I am relatively sure why she doesn't just try to channel Valerie Hawthorne for this case. And I think I mentioned this last week.
Yes, spirit channeling is not admissible in court.
Ever since DL6. Objection! You said she was killed, but was she really?
What are you implying?
Of course, people thought she had died 5 years ago, when she fell off of Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found, and again, look at the fucking letter. Why would Valerie mention her sister if her sister was dead?
Objection, objection, objection! She was declared legally dead 5 years ago.
And your face was declared legally dead 20 years ago.
As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne and my face are officially dead.
And yet your face is right there, isn't it? Boy, you really did get kicked in the head by a moose. Objection. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Again, it's like I said earlier, you can be declared legally dead because nobody can find you, but you're not actually dead. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years ago, 5 years old. No. She was 14 years old 5 years ago. If my mathematizing is correct, and she was still alive now, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster. I believe that's the same age that you are. Ah. Okay, that's still pure coincidence and bullshit, but...
Objection! Even you couldn't. Ms. Faye, you're not saying...
But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne. Welcome, Diapers Edgeworth, to the Ace Attorney universe, and to how complicated and bullshit cases will get. It only gets worse from here. Well, what are you talking about there, Abe?
Ha! Nice work. That was like tossing a grenade into a 3-alarm fire. But unless you can tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist.
I'm okay with that. I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Now is my chance to make Mr. Diapers Edgeworth squirm. Interesting there, eh? Witness, just who are you anyway? May we see some identification, please, there?
I didn't think it would come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness.
Did he fucking know the whole time? No, he's just gonna pretend that he knew the whole time, because he's a smug jackass, isn't he? Dot, 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 dot. Yes, I understand. Well, what? Mr. Diapers, Edgeworth, explain yourself there, eh? You can't countermand a question that I, the judge, posed to the witness there, you stupid farfel-munching prosecutor.
Your Honor, I have an admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far.
Well, you're a fucking moron there, eh? You really did get kicked in the head by a moose. Did you actually mean to imply that you are aware of this witness's true identity?
Yes. The prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know.
Could have fooled me.
Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses.
Mia, don't believe him. He's bullshitting you. He's trying to blow smoke up your ass and pretend to be smarter than he actually is. Also, he wants to blow smoke up your ass because it's quite a nice ass.
Ah! Looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go.
No, I refuse to believe this. He's just a pompous jerk. He's just a pompous jerk and wants us to believe that he did. Yeah, Miles...
If you hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it.
Because he didn't know.
All he wanted was her testimony. All he wanted was her testimony. So he made a little trade. Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
I did that! You just pulled something out... Well, you pulled something out of someone's ass. Or you're taking credit for Mia's deductive reasoning. I refuse to believe... First of all, I know the prosecutor's office is full of idiots. Even Manfred is an idiot. And Winston is definitively an idiot. And I know you're an idiot, Edgeworth. Even though you've never prosecuted, I know you're an idiot. So no, the actual logical explanation here isn't that he actually knew in advance. It's that Mia is, as always, smarter than everyone else in the Ace Attorney universe, as is consistently proven in, well, future cases, but past games. And Edgeworth is just that monstrous of an ego that he's now pretending to have known. But I thought she died 5 years ago there. Didn't you just tell me this like 2 seconds ago and claim that the dead couldn't get up and walk again? I told you you got kicked in the head by a moose, died, and then came back to life and were standing here, eh? And you contradicted me. That's a penalty for you, Mr. Edgeworth.
There. We thought so as well. But, well, as you can see...
Okay, if you're so smart, why the fuck did she hide her identity for well, if you're so smart and you knew this in advance, then explain, Mr. Smarty Pants, why did she hide her identity for 5 years?
That has nothing to do with the current case.
Bullshit!
She was merely an accidental witness to a crime.
Bullshit again! Involving her sister and the guy who allegedly kidnapped and killed her? This is not a coincidence, you motherfucking asshole. And if you actually knew her identity, you would not have let her testify at all, because any 2-year-old could have pointed out that this is definitively not a coincidence. Again, see the note that Valerie left. So no. Again, take that finger and shove it up your own ass, or I'll have Brock Sampson do it for you. Objection. Accidental your ass. I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of not just any other murder, but another murder involving the two other people involved with her alleged murder. That's more than just a tiny coincidence.
Really, Miss Faye, I must say, your strategy here is painfully obvious.
And it's painfully obvious to me that you're a moron.
You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost.
How dare you, you fucking moron? First of all,
please.
This becomes much more common of a thing moving forward, so get used to it, buddy. And second of all, your depiction of her as an innocent witness and bystander is completely out the fucking window now, as you would have known if you actually knew she was Dahlia Hawthorne. You never would have allowed this at all.
Please, let us take a moment to think.
Yes, sit down and think. You need to.
5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But, even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious. Her big sister.
More precious than her own fucking life?
Miss Faye must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her.
No, you're the insane one in this... Well, okay, I think strictly speaking, Dahlia Hawthorne is the insane one in this courtroom. But so are you. I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic there. Because I'm a dumbass, just like the prosecutor. Because there's very clearly no logic in this statement. Most people, after all, are killed by people that they know. Ms. Faye, do you have any evidence?
Valerie knew Terry Falls.
Terry Falls didn't know Valerie.
He knew of Valerie.
Ms. Faye, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? You know what? I'll stick with assertion. I know it's the wrong pronunciation, but that's a very good question. What exactly is my assertion? That Dahlia did it? Because if that's the case, it's this. It says, this time the whole truth must come out. But alright. What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister there? Well, you see, thought I was winning, and I still am. But Diapers Edgeworth doesn't know when to give up, so I have to do a little bit more work and keep punching until he's just a tiny little smear on the carpet.
I think you need a little push in the right direction, kitten. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim.
Yes. That wasn't...
You're not...
Not gonna what?
I thought you weren't going to read the line. I like the line.
What line?
It sounded like you were just skipping over Mia's line.
No, I was, but like the game skipped over it. I mean, it's
it was okay.
Yeah, it's on the screen. No, what I was well, I wasn't skipping over it. Like there was just a whole bunch of like there was a cutscene in the game. That's why
right, they did the courtroom cutaway. Right.
Yes, and there were no ... so I didn't say ... in a Canadian accent.
Yeah, fair enough.
Ah, that wasn't me. It was this guy, this crazy coffee addict. Well, that puts it up to 10.
Objection! I think we've heard enough empty threats from you, old man. Huh! What makes you think they're empty, boy? Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullet.
This is one of the only interactions we see directly between Lost-His-Edgeworth and and Armando, who is Godo. This is fascinating.
Is this the reason that Luke Atme thinks that Edgeworth thinks that Godot is the greatest prosecutor in the world?
No, because that would imply that Atme knows that Godo is Armando and is also aware of this specific case. Also, it's not like Lost-His-Edgeworth is treating Armando respectfully. Even though Armando's only, 27? He's calling him old man. And yes, ... is in fact an ellipsis. I just say, I literally say ... when it shows up on the screen, as if it were an actual line. This is a thing. I am sweating bullets, which is very weird. I should probably get this medical anomaly looked at before someone accidentally takes these and loads a gun. Just say hoser if the judge... No, what I'd probably do is... I'd say Canadian ... theory or something. Maybe. I don't know. Just like
it's
Phoenix's phone is Scottish beep.
Exactly. You think you're in a tough spot, huh?
No, but carry on. .A. I might have to do that now. Alright. Yeah. Oh, it's you, Dawning.
Dawning's in chat.
Hello. We have
Trapped by Trash Cat.
We have made surprisingly little progress.
We've been doing better after the first hour.
We have, yes.
The first hour was horrendous.
It's entirely my fault. Anyway, carry on.
You've just arrived at the moment of truth. That's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you.
Which reminds me, let's save again. Up to me.
The rashness of youth.
She's older than you! So you call Diego Armando old. He's like 27. You call Mia Fey youth, when she's... I think she's 24. But she's still older than you. I'm pretty sure he really did get kicked in the head by a moose. See, Mia is right as always. Now then, let's not waste any more time there, Ms. Fey. What motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne? Again, I'm pretty sure it's the fucking note. because it shows that she was going to confess something to Terry Falls. And first of all, it shows that Valerie knew she was still alive. And second of all, it shows that she was going to confess something to Terry Falls and told Dahlia that she was going to. This note basically has the answer to all of those questions. And Hyperion, of course he's channeling Manfred von Karma. Manfred von Karma is his prosecuting mentor.
Adoptive father figure, really?
Yes. After all, he killed his own father, so he needed an adopted father. But yeah, I'm going with the note. The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia, tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal to the world the whole truth. The whole truth theory. This is Canada. We don't do the whole truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth theory. There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. And I swear to Arceus, if fucking Lost-His-Edgeworth, no, if Never-Had-His-Fucking-Edgeworth asks what that secret is, I'll shove the fucking note in his face and say, read this again. And at the very least, the secret is that Valerie knew Dahlia was alive for 5 years and told nobody. Or I might just take the note and shove it up his nose. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth shut permanently. And yes,
Objection!
in Canada, they settle every disputes with hockey-style fights.
A terrific story, Ms. Faye. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Ms. Faye. What was this secret that was so important?
Oh my fucking god, he's asking the question.
Where's your evidence?
He's asking the question. Again. Dahlia...
I'm asking the question!
And let me guess, the evidence isn't the note.
I honestly don't know, I haven't read that far ahead.
It should be, because again, at the very least, what the note reveals is that she knew Dahlia was still alive, and yet she testified falsely. The Canadian can confirm do card games as well sometimes. Okay, good. Alright, well, look, Hyperion, that's just banishing them to the Shadow Realm, except saying it differently.
That's it. You're going to Detroit.
Trust me, I was there for a week. Back in early May. It sucks. And right now, I'm not safe there.
No?
No. I wore a baseball hat basically the entire time I was there. Anyway.
Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne. And Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all.
Let me check my court record. I mean, it's not the diamond. The diamond doesn't specifically say that it's a secret. Everyone knows about the diamond. Oh good, clipping. Hey, if you find something hilarious, clip it. That's a very good thing to do. I encourage this. Oh yeah, I know this secret. It's Victoria's secret. No, it's Valerie's secret, you dolt. Not Victoria. Wrong V name. Your Honor, the defense would like to save the game. Oh wait, further testimony. Okay, we're not going into immediate presenting evidence. The defense would like to request...
we go through a whole testimony here.
Wonderful. The defense would like to request further testimony. What testimony, dearie? Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago, we believe it will explain a lot of things, such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters. Oh hey, it now says... Did it say Dahlia or did it say Hawthorne? No, but it... In the first case, I don't remember, but it says Dahlia now, not Melissa, or Foster, or whichever it said. I think it said Melissa.
I'm pretty sure it said Dahlia in the first case.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it said Melissa early, but my memory sucks. Anyway, now it says Dahlia because we've exposed her for who she really is. Yeah, that. Ugh. Very well, Denny. I'll grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf? I got nowhere to post the two clips. I'm pretty sure you can copy paste the links. I don't think I've got that as well. Maybe I do.
I've honestly never tried.
Try it and see if it gets censored. I don't know if it will. Otherwise, if you've clipped it, it should be visible basically on my channel under clips. Yeah, okay, it got censored. It makes sense that that's like a default thing. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Can I find it? I might be able to find it. I might also fry my computer in the process. Let's see. I also might not be able to find it because I'm live right now. Hang on. There we go. That should help. Should be top 24 hours. I only see one clip. It was by Octane Hyperion. Let me see. Can I copy that link? Yeah, it is a default. So that one is what I see. I don't know about the second one. That's the only one that I see. Let me expand that to 7 days. Nope, still just that one. But there you go. I helped you out. And deferred or whatever, more progress. Until maybe Dawning can come in because she's no longer trapped by Trash Cat. Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Putting on the old charm one more time, Dahlia. But this will be the last time you hide behind... No, it will not. No, it really will not. And again, judging by what we see about you in the future, you learn from this, Mia. You definitively learn from this. And I really can't say I blame you, because in a courtroom full of men, it's a legit strategy. 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw... Okay. I figured it out. Yes, Dahlia is correct. This diamond is raw, that's why it appears to be so pink.
It's fucking raw! You didn't cook the fucking diamond!
Well, whose fault was that, Diapers, Edgeworth? It's probably your fault. Anyway, the ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. And we still haven't figured out, why did the diamond cross the bridge? Because you didn't fucking cook it. We still haven't figured out the choreography on this either.
Yeah, the Dahlia should have been with Valerie
once,
if the exchange was made.
Right, an exchange implies one thing for another. Valerie, in this instance, literally just handed the diamond to Falls, didn't take Dahlia, stepped back far enough where she could shoot without leaving powder burns, and shot him in the arm. I'd say this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Apparently.
What?
Apparently.
Yeah, no. I'd say this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, but I'm pretty sure there has been stupider in this universe. And I'm pretty sure we will see more stupidity in the future. But anyway, we made the exchange, shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid... See? Okay, she's not specifically saying she felt threatened by Terry Falls specifically. But I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. I believe her. 100% I believe her. She is innocent. And she was trying to protect her family to boot. What a lovely young lady. Right, LG? Yeah. Yep. Nope, no need for cross-examination here. The witness is absolutely telling the truth.
The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred.
You would know about that.
With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And where to believe, after all that, she murdered her sister? Preposterous!
Like your face. Thank you, Mr. Diapers Edgeworth. Ms. Fay, what do you have to say there, eh? Yes, Your Honor? As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping there. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination there. Mr. Edgeworth is once again trying to jump me.
If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some arms. Those are different things, apparently. Listen up. We've still got that info. That ace up our sleeve.
You mean the diamond that we miraculously found and pulled out from behind Terry Falls' ear? What info?
Come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was Stay.
Yeah, but technically the only person the only person that will testify to that fact is Terry Falls, and he's not exactly the sharpest bulb in the crayon box, and B, he would abso-fucking-lutely be lying about that to save his own skin, so his testimony on that would not be considered legitimate, or even a quarter of the way competent of a prosecutor could get it tossed as him just trying to cover his own ass. And as much as I hate to admit it, I think even Diapers Edgeworth might be a quarter of the way competent.
Maybe. Just a little.
Armando, on the other hand, is really, really, really fucking good at his job. He's almost
Iceberg Law Officer's best.
I mean, it's almost a shame that he and Lost-His-Edgeworth never went face to face in a courtroom other than this, where he wasn't technically
so fucking cool.
But he would have easily handed Lost-His-Edgeworth his ass. And that's the problem. And this is also where I'm seeing that I don't think he's surviving this game, even as Godot, because just like Mia, he's too fucking smart for this world. Of course, they'll have to try something other than poisoning to kill him, because his bloodstream being made entirely of coffee means that the caffeine just whisks that right out of his system before it can do permanent damage. That's right, it was a fake kidnapping, but how the fuck can I prove that? I mean, again, the kidnapping 5 years ago was in fact planned by all three of them, yes. But I don't have any evidence to prove it. That's her secret. And there was Valerie's secret and Victoria's secret. There are a lot of secrets. So, do I get penalized for pressing on the wrong statements?
Looks like the first one is safe.
Godot probably drinks whiskey in court but calls it coffee. No, it's very...
Promise.
Hmm?
Promise him the judge doesn't sound too angry in any of these presses.
Okay. Hyperion, as someone who drinks whiskey and knows what coffee looks like, no, Godot actually has coffee in those mugs.
My man downed 17 mugs each day of the trial. He'd be fucking sloshed after 2.
Not necessarily, but probably. Alright, so I'm gonna try pressing everything. I'm gonna save here again just in case, but we'll see.
Yeah, just in case, but it looks like you're okay.
Did you and Mr. Falls have a relationship? I mean, this is important to establish. Yes. As a tutor. You were tutoring him, Mr. Falls. No, of course not. Don't be sweetie. It's actually more plausible that you would be tutoring him than the other way around. Because he's an idiot.
He's not the menticist corpus in the building.
Yes. He's not corpus mentis. And kids in high school are looking to make a little extra money doing some tutoring. Although I don't think you would be looking to make a little extra money if your family was so goddamn loaded. But, like, it's possible. Yeah, look, the only reason that I'm saving as constantly as I am is because I fucked around too much last week and my battery is depleted. Like, you saw that when LG made me present something wrong in a previous thing, that was literally a game over because I have so little battery left. Although I think part of that was...
And part of that wasn't even me.
Last week, yeah, but part of it was you.
Oh, some of it was me, but some of it was you legitimately getting things wrong.
I'm not saying I never get things wrong. Sometimes this game is really stupid about how it asks questions. I understood that correlation without having to personally experience it myself. After all, I'm an engineer, so I get mathematics and statistics. No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Excuse you, Dahlia. I don't need tutoring from a dumbass. Also, what was I doing in your house? Oh wait, she's referring to herself. You know what? You know what, LG?
What?
I think she can have it.
She can have it?
Lost-His-Fucking-Edgeworth couldn't have it. Scotchguard couldn't have it. The countless people to this point who have done this couldn't have it. She can have it.
She can have it. She gets the pass.
One-time thing. That doesn't make sense, Mia. Because even at 14, she probably still would have been smarter than him.
He probably came up with the kidnapping plan during that time. The Hawthorns are in the jewelry trade and are quite wealthy, you see.
Diapers, Edgeworth, Bubula. Have you met the guy? He's an idiot. I think the only rocks he's concerned about is the one in his brain, or the one where his brain should be. This guy's not coming up with any plans on his own. Judge, okay, you probably haven't met the guy unless you were dealing with this case 5 years ago, which I don't know. But,
maybe.
Regardless, quite the clever fellow there, that Mr. Falls, eh? Did he just call Mr. Falls a clever fellow? Okay, now you both have gotten kicked in the head by a moose.
Criminal mastermind.
Yeah, and you're the one who thinks that, quote-unquote, Director Hottie is the actual director.
The best damn medical professional I've ever met.
I swear to Arceus, Edgeworth would not recognize Team Rocket if they were wearing an obvious disguise. He wouldn't.
He probably would not, is the thing. Like, that's the Hottie thing isn't even a joke we made. He canonically fell for that.
Yes, he did. And that's not even Phoenix, who's a fucking moron, fell for that for an instant.
Yeah, Team Rocket would have this man over a barrel.
They'd have stolen his Pikachu and his lunch money. The judge doesn't slam his camel anymore. Yes, his moose to kick someone. Okay, look. Team Rocket in their universe fools everyone. Doesn't fool any of us. I do... Well, actually, I have to wonder, because Phoenix saw through the Director Hottie thing. He might not be fooled by Team Rocket. Anyway, I'm pressing on this before we get too derailed again. I heard the diamond
1 hour left. We can maybe make it.
I heard the diamond is valued in the neighborhood of $2 million. $2 million there, eh? That's a lot more money than we were talking about even in the previous case. It was still uncut, so it was about the size of a pint of... That is a fairly large rock. In fact, I wouldn't even say it was still uncut. I would say it was not even cut out of the fucking rock. It was still in the rock. This is very interesting, eh? Now, where is this diamond now? I have to know, for judicial purposes. A $2 million pint of milk. I don't know what to think about that theory.
The diamond, Your Honor, is behind your ear!
You can't pull that shit! Only I can pull that shit! Anyway, your line.
The defendant demanded that her sister, Mallory, make the exchange. Not as a detective, of course, but as an individual.
By the way, I want to ask you something, Diapers. Why do you think he wanted to make the exchange up there on that mountain? If he ever got surrounded, it would be really hard to escape. Like, that is a fucking stupid place to go. Because it's like Mia says, there's no escape route.
Indeed. But there's one thing a kidnapper wants to prevent, and that's police involvement.
So he called the fucking police detective to be the one who was going to give the ransom. Yeah, brilliant. Good work, Einstein.
In a place like that, it would be easy to tell if he was being followed. With only one entrance to the mountain, he was ensuring his safety.
No, he wasn't. And if you want to talk about, first of all, if you want to talk about avoiding police involvement, don't get the detective's sister to be the one to hand over the ransom. And two, just because you want to avoid police involvement doesn't mean that you're going to avoid police involvement. Okay, maybe the policeman doesn't follow him onto the mountain path, so it doesn't see him going into or out of that one entrance to the mountain, but if the mountain is fucking surrounded because he was followed by a cop on the way there, he's fucked. Your argument is so full of holes, it's worse than Swiss cheese. What a wickedly clever... Again, if the entire predication of this argument is that Mr. Falls is smart, Your Honor, I would like my client to take an IQ test.
criminal mastermind.
He takes the test and immediately eats it. Yeah, right. It was all your plan. Anyway, Valerie brought the diamond to the mountain and... I would like a fuck ton of clarification on this, because this makes no sense. That was a dangerous and stupid thing to do, considering that you were still being held hostage, despite the fact that allegedly the exchange had already taken place. Yes, but actually that saved my life. What do you mean, dearie? You see, Mr. Falls was holding a knife in his right hand. Somehow I just knew he was going to use it. I knew he was going to use that knife to kill me. ... exclamation mark. The argument is so full of holes you can read this. Yes, exactly, Hyperion. That's why my sister shot him. It was to save me, even though it was after the exchange had already allegedly taken place, and I should have been with her at the time. And a knife is a close-range weapon, so all she had to do was actually make the exchange instead of giving the kidnapper the diamond and walking away like a fucking amateur. Press again. I'd like to hear more about what happened right at that moment. Well, when Mr. Falls was shot in the right arm, he let go of me. I was dazed. I turned to try to run away, but Mr. Falls turned to grab me as well. As I ran past, he and I locked eyes for a second. He gave me a large, bloodthirsty grin. But bloodthirsty grin there! Ooh, you mean like those Canadian geese? They're always evil and grinning at people. And in the next instant...
I advise the court to remember that the river is 18 feet deep and incredibly swift.
I was a strong swimmer, but I was knocked out. When I came to, I'd been carried away by the river to a strange place. I'll never forget that day. The crumbling bridge, nowhere to run. Aha! Aha! Aha!
Uh-huh.
This disproves something you said earlier, that there's no evidence that the bridge wasn't destroyed somehow between when Valerie and Falls were up there after he escaped and now when they took that survey of the bridge, right? So clearly Dahlia is saying that the bridge was crumbly even 5 years ago. So yeah, no. Again, I'm leaning more and more towards just never had his fucking Edgeworth to begin with. Jesus Christ, this is a rough first case for everybody. Then just one little shove from behind. That was it. Before my sister could catch me, I fell into the river. Alright, press again. Hold it. And that's why you hid your identity. Yes, I only told my sister. Valerie Hawthorne! Yes, she's the only one who knew about me.
Meanwhile, legally, this witness has been deceased for 5 years.
I didn't ever want something like that to happen to me again. Alright, press again. And that new identity was Melissa Foster, right? Yes. My sister helped me get the official paperwork taken care of. That makes perfect sense. Well, Your Honor, this testimony has no holes in it. I'm pretty sure she's innocent. Without an insider's help, doing all of the paperwork would have been impossible. She was the only person left in the world that I could count on. And you think I killed her? There's no way I could. This makes perfect sense theory.
It's the moment of truth for this witness, too. Once the truth about this staged kidnapping comes out, everyone in the court will know how much of a Jezebel she really is.
God damn, he is immune to everything. He's immune to Sergio Tigre's
motherfucker alive.
I really, really, really wish he had a case against Edgeworth where he was actually the defense attorney as opposed to just on babysitting duty, because he would have wiped the floor with Edgeworth. He absolutely would have. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Really?
Well, you told me to.
But do you actually believe that?
Probably not.
I thought so. I've just got to prove that yeah, how do I prove that the kidnapping was a hoax?
How indeed.
The only thing I can think of is the fucking diamond. It says lost to Eagle River 5 years ago.
Well, yeah, but has she said anything that contradicts, really?
I guess she said that it was given to Terry. Sort of? No, she really hasn't said anything that contradicts.
Just made the exchange.
Yeah. And even if she did give it to Terry, him being shot in the arm doesn't preclude him from dropping it off the edge. I mean, the only thing I can think of is the ransom price was a raw diamond. Objection! This is not a diamond. This is some kind of weird pink rock, or pink gemstone that is embedded into a fucking rock. Like, 3/4 of it is completely worthless shit. But yeah, no, there's nothing, like, again, if the evidence is the diamond, she's not saying anything that specifically contradicts the diamond.
Making a lot of assumptions about what the evidence in question is supposed to be.
Well, what the fuck else is it going to be? It's not the attorney's badge. It's not the fucking autopsy report. It's not the dusky. It's probably not the bridge map.
You were unsure about that for a second.
It's not the scarf. It's not the witness's photo. Taken by the witness. Well, that got updated, though. It says bridge unchanged for... So, okay, I mean, I mentioned earlier that the fact that the bridge was unchanged for 5 years countermands one of Diapers' points from last week, but we've moved well beyond that point by now.
Oh, he's so close, chat. He's so close.
The victims know, I think we basically played out, because what they're saying is the secret could have just been that Dahlia was still alive and actually survived, and the explanation for why Valerie knows holds water. The crime photo is irrelevant here, the camera is irrelevant here. Still listed as Melissa Foster, and Dahlia Hawthorne is still listed as the Shadow. Oh, of course, the evidence is Lost-His-Edgeworth's smug-ass face again, isn't it? I don't know. I really do not know.
You were super fucking close with the unchanged for 5 years comment. The logic is predicated on that.
Okay.
Not that piece of evidence, but that's the thought line you're going for.
Is it that Dahlia would have been running towards a dead end if the story happened the way... But no, that doesn't make sense either. Does it? In which case, what part of the fucking evidence would it even have to be? The bridge map again? And
So close, chat.
I'm inclined to just say her testimony, like her, is flawless and let her get away, because she's gonna get away with it anyway. Like, we know she gets away with it. We know this for two reasons. One, we see her again in the case a year later. And two, allegedly, fuckface Diapers over there has a flawless win record for 5 years, or 4 years, or something, until Phoenix Wright comes along and slaps him in the face. I am so confused. Dawning, help! I don't even think she's here anymore. I think Trash Cat got her.
I can feed you even more if you want, if you're truly stuck.
So this map... I mean, obviously the car wouldn't have been there 5 years ago.
No.
But the bridge would have been as crumbly.
Unchanged for 5 years. It was exactly like this when the event happened.
Okay. And?
Well, if Dahlia fell off the bridge, where would it have been?
If Dahlia fell off the bridge, it would have been off the side of the bridge.
Would it have? Look back at the look back at the photo of Terry and quote Valerie. There's super high guardrails on both sides. No one's just casually falling through there without a lot of effort.
She was pushed.
She would have been pushed into the railing.
She was small enough, she could have fit between them. I'm confused.
So there's no way she could have fallen off the side.
Okay.
She would have just hit the guardrails. So, if Dahlia fell off the bridge, where would she have fallen?
Oh! She would have had to have fallen through the gap. In which case, pushing her from behind makes no sense, does it? Because pushing her...
the correct answer through incorrect logic.
Well, pushing her from behind...
Well, remember, she turned and tried to run.
Yeah, but that...
She turned.
But that would have been running right towards the gap.
Yeah, she would have fallen from the gap if she fell at all.
Yes.
I shouldn't have said if she fell at all. I feel like that's pushing further towards your thing.
I don't get it.
Well, okay, she didn't fall.
Right.
You have clocked onto that.
Yeah.
And you have gotten pretty much exactly the combination of evidence and statement that you need. If you don't want to solve this right now, you can just let Mia tell you. That would also be acceptable.
So in other words, present the bridge photo.
The bridge map.
Yeah, I did that again last week where I said the same thing. I said bridge photo, but I actually meant bridge map.
Yeah. Hyperion's got it though, if you want to figure it out. If she fell off through the gap, the big gap in the bridge, where would Dahlia have fallen?
Splat.
Splat indeed.
I see. You know, I was looking at that earlier and I was like, huh, it's a good thing she didn't fall through the gap in the bridge. Because... And they easily could have added those guardrails to the sides of the bridge in the intervening 5 years after this incident occurred. But okay, the photo specifically says that it hasn't changed.
The photo says unchanged for 5 years.
Uh-huh. You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said that's hard to believe. I should have said that's impossible. Impossible? You idiot, that's not a word. It's supposed to be impossible. I ask that the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit When did we come to this conclusion, by the way?
I think it was something Edgeworth said offhandedly.
No, because he was the one.
First part.
No, because he was the one that was specifically arguing that the gap wasn't there when Falls and Valerie had their argument on the bridge just 2 days ago. He was literally saying the exact opposite.
Yeah, that's true. I honestly don't know.
So that's the other reason why this took me by surprise, because we made a big fucking stink about how the bridge might have changed even within the last 2 days. Anyway, that bridge hasn't changed one bit in these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind as you have claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. Yabba dabba, fuck you. A most certain death. ... Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. ...
Objection! Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then.
Objection! But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in water level wouldn't have made a difference. You're right there. If the events occurred just as the witnesses testified, then the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river there. Young lady, what is the meaning of this, eh? You see,
Objection! Just a moment, Your Honor. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge.
Okay, this is where the photo becomes important. What do you mean?
After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge.
Oh, if that's true, she would have fallen into the river there indeed. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is Mr. Diapers' Edgeworth explanation correct, eh? Now that you mention it, I do remember now. When I fell off the bridge, my skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires. Oh dear, and your skirt ripped and tore off? That's a shame. Pity they never found that on the bridge itself. You can't be serious. She's not serious, she's Dahlia. Order in the court, dearie.
It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion.
Objection! Not now, Mia. This is no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Ms. Faye's assault. The next part's going to be the sexual assault. No, I'm kidding.
What?
I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Diapers Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Isn't that a good impression of you, you jackass? Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say, that's impossible. Yes, it's just the start of Mia Faye's textual assault, because everything here is in fact text.
Ridiculous! What's so impossible about it?
It's the photo, the actual photo this time, right? With the giant things on clear display.
Yeah, witnesses fight eye.
Your Honor, all the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground, which is potentially taller than No, it's not taller than Dahlia herself. We see Dahlia in the photo. It would be impossible to push someone off from there. No!
Objection! But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't have been a problem for him.
He had just been shot in the arm.
A 14-year-old girl and thrown her over.
Objection, you're an idiot. So young and already such a dumbass, Mr. Diapers Edgeworth. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm. And given the prevalence of this on the planet, that's probably his dominant arm. And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him at, okay, apparently it is point-blank range, so it must have left some powder residue or something. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge? That is clearly impossible. Did you try? Because I think you peeked.
You didn't get the second one either, did you?
No. Order! What is the meaning of this theory? Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally. What? What is this that you're talking about, Derry? This seems very difficult to believe.
Objection! Indeed! What do you mean by such a ridiculous remark?
Yes, it's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun and handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been... Well, clearly not. You're still alive. That would have been suicide. Objection! Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. No other logical explanation. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river.
Objection! Oh, then what was it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river?
Saving. Saving is very important.
Critically important!
Yes, the witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. Is it diamond time?
It's diamond time, baby!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is in fact diamond time. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River. 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day, and I happened to find it right behind Terry Falls' ear. The item that Valerie brought up to the mountain with her, the $2 million diamond. ... exclamation mark? The diamond is in fact unbreakable.
Oh! No! It can't be!
Hey, Mr. Diapers Edgeworth, what's that up your nose? Whoop! It's the diamond! So you were in on it the whole time, too. Yes, Dahlia had it all planned from the beginning. And like I said, with that diamond being up your nose, you were in on it. The $2 million. She was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. Bang! Scottish bank now. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack.
That's simply ridiculous!
Order, dearie!
Objection! Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan?
Well, a 9-year-old committed murder and killed his own dad, so... Oh, I'm sorry. Too soon, edgy boy?
I mean, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know what?
He doesn't know, chat.
That he killed his own dad?
Yeah.
Yes, he does. He's been having nightmares about it for 10 years to this point.
Well, yes, he had nightmares, but that is not the same as knowing that he did it.
He suspected. Like, at least if Turnabout Goodbyes is to be believed, he certainly expected it as the truth for a lot longer than just, like, 2 days of the trial. Also, I'd sooner believe that a 14-year-old was capable of this demonic plan than the brain-damaged individual that I have as a client. This woman is a... Mia, stop it. See, this was another reason...
Oh, no. Mia is fully at her throat right now.
Oh, I know.
Mia is fucking done with this woman shit.
I know. This was another reason why I wanted to potentially switch my streams for this week, because I knew Mia would get very catty with Dahlia. This woman is a demon. There was one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well there? This is very surprising considering she was an up-and-coming detective at the time and promoted to police sergeant very recently.
Objection! I agree completely, Your Honor. She was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping?
There's no other logical explanation, you dummy. I'm sure it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder. What do you mean by that, dearie? I've already forgotten about the note that you shoved into our face about a dozen times not too long ago. On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister Dahlia, and then she told her what she was planning to do. Planning to do? What do you mean there?
She was going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote in her note.
Oh, good. I see shoving that note in your face actually did something. Alright, chat. Lost-His-Edgeworth is a little slow, but I suppose eventually he catches on. No, I know, Hyperion. Mia Fey gets asininely catty, specifically with women that she doesn't like. I don't think she's nearly given it as badly to fuckface Diapers Edgeworth over here than she does to Dahlia. And fuck, like Diapers over there called her a bimbo, and what else did he call her last week? Swampy? Like, implying that she's like a soggy mass of something, or like, and yet she didn't retaliate. Like, it's certainly not out loud, Like, I'm giving him a lot of shit because it's just what I do. But Mia, like, if you read the lot, like, she does not give him nearly the same amount of shit that she gives Dahlia. Or any woman she doesn't like. I'm not saying cuter than her, because I'm pretty sure she was catty with... Well, okay, she was catty with, I think Dee Vasquez, who was decidedly not cuter than her. Was she also
Wasn't
catty?
Mia dead? Wasn't Mia dead by the time of Dee Vasquez?
You forget spirit channeling.
Oh, right. Mia never really died. That's right.
Mia's also catty with Franziska von Karma. And I think she might be catty with Eeny Meeny or Mimi Meeny, as it turns out. I'd have to go back and watch all my Ace Attorney videos. I'm not going to. That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill two birds with one stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. I swear, when maybe this is just me, but I swear that when Mia slams her hands down on the table, her boobs jiggle a little. Like that they actually include that animation.
Maybe.
Which would technically make sense, because I'm pretty sure a woman's boobs would do that if they slammed on the table like that, but I don't know. And that's why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne. Dot, dot, dot. Hee. Who is that? Laughing at a time like this, dearie. Oh, hi. Forgive me. It's just hilarious. Witness? Is that you, dearie? You amuse me, woman. Ms. Mia Fey. Dot, 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 exclamation mark. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally. You have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Yup. I do not, do I? Other than the fact that literally everything that you've said has been a contradiction, and that very clearly the kidnapping event was staged 5 years ago. Like, I've proven all of that shit. But I do lack the decisive evidence that specifically says she killed Valerie. Evidence? Evidence that I plan... Oh, well, she's going like that. Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. Uh-oh. Hyperion wants to give me a hint. Okay, give me a hint. That at 14 I plotted with Mr. Falls and my sister. Well, And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? It's right there up Lost-His-Edgeworth's nose. I said that. Which means he was in on it too. Bailiff, arrest both of them. Bailiff. Fine. If you can't provide evidence to at least show that... well then, Miss Fate. What do you say now, eh? I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Fay. Are you stupid or something? No. Believe it or not, she's actually very smart. And I think you know she's very smart because she hit the nail on the head. It's just you're good at covering your tracks, Or should I say you're good at covering your own ass? So it's difficult to find the direct evidence. Nerg. How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Well then, it seems that we've come to the end of this case theory. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicions there, but suspicions are not actual evidence, so I have to ignore that there, eh? However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defense in the absence of concrete evidence. Or perhaps I'd have been convinced by, maybe some glass evidence or some metal evidence or even possibly a polymer evidence there. But since you've got none of that, we have to continue as though everything you just said is not the truth. Of course you are. Is this it? Is it really over? That girl has made a fool of me, and there's nothing I can do about it. Oh, hey. We've forgotten that he's here, haven't we?
Ah! Without evidence, the trial is over? Who decided that?
Mr. Armando, are you out of your fucking mind?
Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules?
That's generally what the prosecution can do.
For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony.
Are you telling me that there's even more testimony we have to go through?
There is testimony.
Testimony?
Singular.
Oh, okay.
Testimony singular. I reckon we can do this if you're willing to go like 15, 20 minutes over.
Consider it done then. My wife's not home, so who the fuck's gonna stop me?
On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Fall's stolen car, and then went to meet with him, disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. That's what you think, right?
Of course that's right.
In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Since there's no proof, there is only one thing left to do. Who is the one person who can testify to the demon? Oh. It's not gonna be her.
Who's the only other person who was there?
Shit. I hit X, I meant to hit R. Here's the stupid thing, those are both on the right side of the controller.
You... Okay. There's no flashing gauge on the screen. So it doesn't look like you're going to get kicked back to your last save for this.
I don't think my last save was all that long ago.
But listen up. This is your last chance. Think it over carefully one more time.
Relax, Mia. This is easy. Yup. We're looped right back to here.
Thank God.
Look, I'm sorry. I normally hold the controller a certain way. I'm stuck holding it a different way. That means I'm surprised...
No, I completely understand.
I'm surprised there haven't been more misclicks, honestly.
I completely understand why it happened, but...
Alright, careful. R... And luckily for me, it's the first one there. Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness. Even though we established in Rise from the Ashes, this isn't a thing defense attorneys can do. A new witness there. This is most unusual. The defense never gets to call any witnesses. This is a breach in protocol. Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls.
The defendant? You expect someone to defend themselves? Preposterous!
Just you wait until someone defends himself in court against you and wins. Hyperion, I actually did do a misclick counter once for something completely different. I'm probably not going to have it here. Because A, I fuck up. I usually fuck up frequently anyway. And B, it's just going to be probably a lot more frequent. I mean, in Ace Attorney, it's relatively difficult to misclick. I don't know. Anyway, there's only one person that can shed any further light on the situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne, or whether it was in fact her younger sister Dahlia disguised as her. There's only one person who can solve this riddle once and for all. And that person is... God help me, I am putting my faith in a non-corpus mental idiot who somehow makes even my next client look smart. Terry Falls. Well then, Mr. Diapers Edgeworth, what's your take on this then, eh?
Why not? The prosecution has no objection.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand there. But because he's an accused criminal, make sure he doesn't, he puts it back when he's done. Actually, that doesn't work because it's usually take the stand. Whatever. This is my last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left. God help us all. Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, eh? I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me. Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive. And you were used for $2 million. That's not true. Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne or was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Dahlia, did you betray me? ... 5 years ago, she promised. She promised never, ever betray each other. Terry. Dahlia. It's true. You are alive. You don't trust me anymore. That makes me sad. Tell the truth. The real truth. I believed in you. ... I shouldn't need to say it. You you should already know. Dot 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 exclamation mark. But there is one thing that I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry. Aww. Duh. Yeah. Okay then, I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and only once, dear. This trial has gone on long enough, eh? Well then, Mr. Falls, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Dot dot dot. Witness, duh! Eek! I'm sorry, dearie. I'm sorry, I apologize, dearie. Water, please, water. Can't talk, need water.
Huh. Oh well. I guess it'll have to be my coffee instead.
Wow!
At least it'll match.
He's giving
At least it'll match. Go ahead.
He's giving someone else his coffee without throwing the mug at them. This is astounding.
Terry's going through a rough time. He's sympathetic to that.
He's jittery enough without it. Also, why do I get a feeling he's about to drink poison?
Well, at least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitterer than hell itself.
Uh-huh. Duh!
You remember that? One of Godot's first lines?
Yeah. They're really leaning into it.
You got it.
Uh-huh. In fact, I'm pretty sure... I don't remember if it was that one where he was quoting that about coffee, or whether he was saying that he'd return from the depths of hell to do battle with Phoenix that I used as the thumbnail for his first appearance. Anyway, who Terry Falls saw. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of the bridge. In front of bridge. She wasn't there. So I waited on bridge. I watched my car from bridge. I never put no body in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, then she left. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia. Aha. Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she would do the same for you?
Objection! That's enough, Ms. Fay. His last statement is a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial.
Except I have cross-examination, jackass. ... exclamation mark? Well then, Ms. Fay, please proceed with your cross-examination there. Is this how you want it to end, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence.
There's only one person who can stop it. You, kitten. I think.
You know what I must do.
Press
the buttons!
Them.
Yes. Hold it! According to the note, the meeting was supposed to take place at 4:30. You certainly arrived early, didn't you? It was raining. Already dark, too. You waited on the bridge for 30 minutes? ... Nobody ever said I was smart. Mr. Falls. The Eagle Mountain, that spot. Strong memories. ... Why did he just clam up? Could it be he's hiding something here? Okay, press again. Hold it! You were quite early, so you waited on the bridge, correct? Yeah, I like waiting. I'm used to it. I spent 5 years waiting in prison.
I'm sure he is. Zebra Boy waited 5 years to ask a single question. To find out why a woman betrayed him. To him, 30 minutes must have been like the blink of an eye.
Fair enough. Never put no body in that car, yes, good. You were watching the car? That bridge, other side is broken. Nobody can come from there. So I was watching car.
What else were you expecting him to do?
Throw you off the bridge? It would have saved everybody a lot of trouble. I've already had an Arnold Schwarzenegger-style voice, which is my Manfred von Karma voice, which is a stupid Faffelmuncher voice. You stupid Faffelmuncher. This is Manfred von Karma, not Terry Falls.
I mean, I really wouldn't call that Arnold Schwarzenegger adjacent at all, but...
Maybe. It's sort of close. Something's bothering me. I'm getting that feeling. A contradiction. I wonder what's on the other side of that broken bridge there anyway.
No one lives there. There's a small shrine up on the mountain, but that's it.
Oh, interesting. Like a Fey shrine? Anyway, nobody came. No car, nothing. So how did Valerie get there? And where's Valerie's car? How the fuck did I not figure this out ages ago? Also, I don't have any direct evidence of that, but, like, it is a question that should have been asked.
And yet...
Nobody ever did. Mr. Falls, think carefully now. I know your brain doesn't work so well, which is why I'm talking slowly. Are you certain that it was Valerie Hawthorne? I never lie. It's the truth. It was Valerie. I remembered her face. No, you didn't. Wait a minute. If you had remembered her face, then why did you make her wear a scarf as identification? Sorry, I told a little lie. But the woman I met, she was different from the woman standing here now. She was different. It was Valerie. We talked, then she left. All right. What did you talk to her about, anyway? Mr. Falls. Valerie told the truth about the kidnapping 5 years ago. She said someone needed to take the blame for it. That was all I could think to do. She said that. That's why she lied. Got me the death penalty.
And were you satisfied with that answer, witness?
Dahlia died. It was my fault. But I don't really remember. Maybe I did. Maybe I did push her in. ... exclamation mark. It don't matter no more. Either way, my Dahlia dead. But you just saw that she isn't dead. And you acknowledged that she is Dahlia. After Valerie talked to me on the bridge, Nothing left to live for. Press. How can you be so sure? It was raining at the time, and sunset that day was at 5 o'clock. It would have already been pretty dark on that mountain at 4:30. ... Please, Mr. Falls, this is your last chance. You've already taken the fall once for something you didn't do. ... That woman. It wasn't Dahlia.
Stop right there. What more needs to be said?
Even if it means the death penalty, even if it means taking the blame for murder, you'll still do whatever is necessary to protect her, won't you, Mr. Falls?
I know it's obvious, but he's clearly lying. He's been cursed by Dahlia Hawthorne. He'll probably go to his grave still believing in her.
I have no doubt about that. Mr. Falls.
Even if you can show he's lying, the poor guy will still be cursed. You'll still have to point out the contradiction anyway. That's the curse of being a defense lawyer, I guess.
Alright, so it was the second, or was it the second or third statement where she said, no, it was the third statement she said some kind of contradiction, right?
Either the second, third, or fourth. They're all contradictory, and they're all the one piece of evidence. I think the second one is the most obvious. The second and fourth.
I'm kind of getting to this. Because...
probably the easiest ones to link to.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the witness's photo, because if he was up on the bridge first, he would have been at the end that was broken, and she would have been at the non-broken end, but it was the other way around.
Got it in one.
Yeah. Which is good, because I can't afford to not get it in one. Objection! So when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived, huh? So you waited on the bridge. You're sure of that? ... Yeah, I'm sure. You're sure, huh? Well, then I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying. What? What?
Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Fay.
You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right?
But that's the victim at the end of the bridge!
And you're at the end of your rope. Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived to the bridge after she did. Blah. Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth. I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. ... exclamation mark? I had somewhere to go. A special place. Did you go to this special place before you went to the bridge, dearie? Yeah, it's an old temple about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought a memento to represent our love. Is it a poison necklace again? Memento? 5 years ago, I hid it under the base of tree there. It's a fucking poison necklace, isn't it? It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get.
There it is!
I knew this was going to happen, isn't it? This little bottle on a necklace is your memento, dear. We should probably confiscate that immediately. It's quite charming, but it looks empty. Oh god, it's too late. It's empty. Godo, you poisoned his coffee! Or, I should say, he poisoned your coffee! Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock. But then he left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. With that much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car. Boy, did you peek.
I'm so much louder at other times. Why does this keep doing it?
I don't know.
No.
Indeed, there certainly was enough time for it, Derry. I've still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Oh, God. Huh? Mr. Falls? Uh-huh. 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 That's enough. Please. Witness? What's going on, dearie? I promised her 5 years ago. If it ever happens that we can't trust each other no more, then we're supposed to drink bottled.
Oh, stop the trial! Your Honor, we need a recess!
I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this. No! We are so close. Just a little more. I was going to prove your innocence, you dumbass. No. Don't want that. Don't trust self. Trust cute redhead. Godspeed, man. Godspeed. I salute you, sir. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia again. Mr. Falls, what the fuck's the matter with you? Mr. Armando. Thanks for the... Well, that's number 12. The poisoned coffee. This will never come back to bite anyone, poisoned coffee. Thud. Mr. Falls! He has fallen. And he can't get up.
Damn, man.
So, guess what? In his very, very, very first trial, Diapers Edgeworth had what should have been a slam dunk case. And the only reason he didn't lose is because the trial technically never reached a verdict. Because the defendant...
They mistrialed, pretty much.
I mean, it's a mistrial, and after the defendant's fucking dead, there's really no point in continuing or a retrial.
Yeah.
So I'm right. From his very first case, he wasn't undefeated.
Riding on a technicality.
It's barely even that. He should have lost his very first case, and he would have if the defendant didn't decide to end the thing in a mistrial by killing himself. So Mia technically beat Edgeworth. So I will retain Never-Had-His-Fucking-Edgeworth to begin with is in fact him.
If you say so.
It's true. Like, what about this implies that he has had an undefeated record? No, this is not the way to start that. From his very first trial, he was beaten.
Technically, never beaten. The best kind of never beaten.
If you want to get that, but then Mia wasn't technically beaten either.
Well, yeah, I never tried arguing she was.
In which case, again, this is not the way. Like a tie. No, if you're going to flaunt an undefeated record, Manfred would be very disappointed. Like, Manfred at this point would have disowned your ass. So I'm sorry, because you also have to remember, from Manfred's perspective, even a penalty in a trial that he won, and it was technically a penalty after the trial had concluded, because it was given to him by the chief prosecutor, not by the judge. Even that was a stain.
That's true. This is Von Karma we're thinking about here.
So, no, Edgeworth was never undefeated to begin with. His whole fucking career was based on a goddamn lie, and Phoenix just came in and decked him in the schnoz and put him in his place.
Not his whole career.
Yeah, his whole career. Because everything for those first 4 years...
He flaunted something that didn't happen, but he still won every other case he took.
What,
which
like
was
2 of them?
4 years worth. 4 years worth!
So, like, 7 of them.
Well, based on Phoenix's track record of approximately 5 trials a year, he would have won approximately 20 of them.
Yeah, but there are multiple prosecutors. Like, he hasn't been prosecutor in all of them.
Well, yeah, but if Phoenix got 20 cases in that time, then Edgeworth would have probably gotten roughly about that number.
Nah.
There's different prosecutors, but there's different defense attorneys too.
Since when?
Look, we just never see them because they're not important.
Uh-huh. But anyway, so, again, his entire never-defeated bullshit was in fact bullshit from the conclusion of his first case. So yeah, Never-Had-His-Edgeworth. And so my first...
I still think that's a misnomer. There's still Edgeworth in between the situations.
I mean, I know that the first prosecutor is a pain to deal with. A pain in the ass. Or a pain in the pompadour. And so my first trial ended suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners, only... See? See? See?
God, I knew you were gonna pull that. I knew you were gonna
Everybody lost. Except Dahlia. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul I thought it'd never heal. Lost-His-Edgeworth over there lost his Edgeworth before he even lost his Edgeworth before he even really got started. And that was a slap to his pride and Manfred von Karma's pride. But one person, the true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne. Look at how cute she is. She left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. As it should be. And he's completely unfazed. Like, after all this shit happens, this is what he says.
Unforgivable. That witch.
Mr. Armando.
We were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You were just a little too soft, kitten.
You're the one who fucking gave him the coffee. But which, by the way, is in your hand now. I wouldn't drink that, sir.
Chug! 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 Chug!
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. No, it's literally Armando's fault, but sure.
Don't cry, kitten. You're gonna make my coffee all salty.
Aha! Aha! Wasn't it something about, he said in the previous case about salt and coffee?
Yeah, he did end the whole thing by saying, I'd never put salt in my coffee, though.
Again.
They don't go well together, of course.
Yeah, the only way to know that is from personal experience.
Yeah, he absolutely tried it once.
I knew it. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. And here it is. The final confirmation. You don't know this confirmation because you can't hear it. Because you're not but like, this is Godot's theme.
Oh, it's Godot's theme. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Not that I needed even more confirmation, mind you, but... ... exclamation mark?
Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Ooh, I've never seen him dispose of a coffee cup like that before. I've seen him throw them at Phoenix, but never crush him with his... I mean, granted, that was poison coffee, so probably smart, except you're bleeding and the poison might get into your bloodstream that way. Oh, wait. Your blood is coffee. So forget it. It's gonna be fine. Mr. Armando? And the tone down of the color there, where you get rid of all the red, and it does evoke Godot's outfit a little bit more.
Very
Just
much
the color
so.
scheme, yeah. Is this a Phoenix line? Or is this a Godo
I believe
line?
this is Phoenix.
Yeah,
This
because
is Phoenix,
he's wrapping
I'm
up the
pretty sure.
narration. No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories or the coffee, they always fade over time. Then you file them away and eventually forget them. Why is he in the hospital? We still haven't figured this out.
You will.
1 year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped up in that case. We've seen this before. Oh, did Dahlia come back and decide to give him a hug? Only after that.
A Von Karma style hug.
Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was not guilty by reason of being too cute. Right? That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds right.
Why does it say she was guilty, though?
Oh, damn, I guess we were wrong.
Damn it! Guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect angelic smile on her face. She really is a fucking sociopath. It was finally all over. At least that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5
Dawning
years.
said 3 cases, and dawning means 3 cases.
Okay. So she survived again, and she came back to give Phoenix a hug because she really did love him. That she really was innocent, and it was just Mia Fey being catty for no good reason.
That mean old lady.
Mike gets abused so much and never thinks about it. I mean, he probably should, but I don't think they give a damn about that in this world. Because it's literally been observed by a judge. Hell, the judge himself got whipped by Von Karma. At least Godo never threw the coffee at the judge. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that's made me remember all this. Funny. Very funny.
The end.
Because it was 5 years from the Terry Falls kidnapping to when she was revealed to be alive and didn't die in that kidnapping. Now it's 5 years after her murder trial. And apparently she's alive again. Bridge to the turnabout. Well, we're not beginning that today. Because it's already half an hour after
That's a case for next week.
That will indeed be a case for next week. This has been an interesting one. And I'm curious as to how Dahlia's going to come back. Maybe it would kind of be the ultimate twist of fate if she escaped prison. Because Terry Falls did. Although Terry Falls was still alive 5 years after he got his guilty verdict, which means that that's about the time that it takes for a death penalty sentence to get carried through, presumably appeals and all that stuff. So Dahlia might very well still be alive. And perhaps she asked Phoenix to come visit her in prison. And if he was smart, he would have said yes. But that's all speculation for another time, isn't it?
Indeed it is.
All right, what it is time for right now is my wrap-up. LG, please forgive me, and don't tell Dawning about this.
If I must.
All right, I took the splint off for my outro. All right, if you only caught part of today's stream and or you want to see all of my other content, go check out my YouTube channel over there. If you are watching this on YouTube and you want to catch me on my Twitch channel, I go live Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. Monday evenings are Ace Attorney 3. Wednesday evenings, this upcoming Wednesday, I am starting a new series, Shadows Over Loathing. There was a minor and very brief hint as to what my series is going to be after Shadows Over Loathing, because I don't expect it to take terribly long, considering West of Loathing was about 8 weeks. I expect Shadows Over Loathing will take about the same amount of time. But there was a brief hint as to what my next series is going to be after Shadows Over Loathing, but let's enjoy Shadows Over Loathing in the interim. West of Loathing is a lot of fun, and Shadows Over Loathing will be also. You can also catch myself and other streamers on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel over there. Normally, I go live Sunday mornings at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time. I will not be going live this upcoming Sunday as I have to be, I will be executing Operation Wife's birthday. And I should also point out, if the operation is a failure, I will not be streaming next week because I may be dead. So, hooray.
Hooray!
That said, like I also said, there are other streamers you can catch on the Bulba Garden channel, such as Dawning Winds, who was around in Twitch chat for a little while tonight. You can also catch her when she goes live on her channel over there. And then you can also catch Caps Fan on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel or his channel over there. All right, that's more than enough for me for this evening. So, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess. Hopefully I'll see
Good
you all
night,
Wednesday.
everybody.
That too.